While at its face, the Hollow Knight series has very little to its backstory, behind troves of dialogue, journal entries, and environmental clues, a world emerges that is filled to the brim with a history to rival even the immensity of Miyazaki's Souls universe. And just like the Souls series, at the centre of its storytelling are boss battles, from instinct-driven beasts all the way to deities that reside in an ethereal realm. In the Hollow Knight series, we are often put in David and Goliath scenarios. Hollow Knight is best known for its immense difficulty, but behind each pinpoint dodge and well-timed strike is a lore that fleshes out each individual boss that are seldom given the gameplay credit they deserve from a lore-based perspective. Over the last 6 months, I've worked to uncover the details of this universe and answer the question, who is the strongest boss in both Hollow Knight 1 and Silksong? And today, I can share with you my findings. Before we jump into the list, I want to clear a few caveats. Bosses will be ranked as we meet them in the game, and bosses that have 2 or more variants will be ranked based on the strongest variant we can actually fight within the game. So for example, the extremely weak Zote will instead be ranked as the Grey Prince, and the Great Radiance will be ranked as the Absolute Radiance found within the Godseeker Trials. My videos are made, edited, written, and narrated just by myself. I don't upload as regularly as most, but every video is always a massive proud moment for me. So if you're into well-researched power ranking that really care about the lore, please feel free to subscribe to stay tuned in. Anyway, no more yapping from me, let's get into the first entry. This is a great entry to the start of the list because it really encapsulates the divergence of gameplay and lore within this game. Marmu is described as the protector of the Queen's Garden. We know the Queen, aka the White Lady, directly appointed Marmu to this station. The legitimacy of Marmu being a true protector rather than a ceremonial position can be disputed, as we learn Dryer, a true bona fide Great Knight of Hallows Nest, and a story we'll delve into down the list, was actually the primary defense mechanism employed by the White Lady, at least in modern times. Marmu is innocent and extremely childlike. The battle plays out as a playground game to pass the time, rather than an actual duel to the death. This infers Marmu was likely seen by the White Lady in a similar sense, and granted the station to appease the childlike being as the White Lady exiled herself to her cocoon in the further reaches of the Queen's Garden. This is played into further by the Queen's promise to Marmu to return to her and grant her flight, something that may have been a tall tale to appease and give purpose to Marmu, as she was effectively abandoned by her queen. We don't ever hear of the White Lady having such transferable abilities, nor does the Queen ever return to grant this supposed flight. Naturally, the ages of waiting would inevitably lead to Marmu's death at old age, and she would be memorialized in a warrior's totem for her loyalty to the White Lady's requests. If we enter the dream sequence with the totem, we can face the aspect of Marmu, and interestingly, in this fight, Marmu has dreamt of herself as having been given this flight. In this fight, even as a dream, we are given further assurance that Marmu was never really a threat. She relies entirely on bumping into us in a playful manner, and as dream state battles from a lore perspective are an embodiment of the subject's mind, in no way, at least in the lore, is this battle ever supposed to be dangerous, as we know Marmu is far too well intentioned to harm the player, nor even capable of dreaming up such dangerous scenarios. Sometimes we get direct clues as to the strength of a being by the direct descriptions we get from within the game itself. We're told the massive moss charger is a family of creatures that have bulked up moss to join forces as one entity, born from the higher being Un, and never made to be an offensive species. However, this new form is described as being more of a scare tactic than one grounded in reality, as in truth, the individual components of this much greater being are extremely frail, something told to us directly. In a battle, they rely entirely on charging their joint momentum against you with the force of a moss bush, and much like the regular moss chargers, the bush can easily be disassembled, forcing the chargers into their true form to run away in a wild panic. While the massive moss charger isn't entirely harmless, it is by description one of the most ridiculed bosses in the entire game, rising above more entirely harmless bosses due to their kinetic force. Unlike many other boss variants of regular enemies, the Oblobbles are not told to be great queens or kings of their kind. They're not patriarchs of a race or a great warrior class. Instead, they're literally just larger versions of the regular Obbles. Obbles have one attack, this being the excretion of infection in 4 separate directions. The Oblobble boss also only has one attack, which again is another affirmation of the fact that they are no different to their regular smaller kin. However, the primary distinction of the boss variant is, of course, their size, clearly much larger and thus able to hold more infection, giving them a slight offensive edge. Unlike, say, the Gru's mother, they don't use their large size in an overtly offensive manner. They're not bashing us intentionally or charging at the player, indicating the only offensive benefit is their higher capacity for infection. We'll of course contextualize infection in upcoming entries. Naturally, they are more resilient as a species too because of their size, making them far more defensive, but in truth this is sort of where all of the benefits end. They're still slow, misguided, and mostly non-threatening when compared to the following entries. Rolling over to Silksong, we learn Lagoli, before being pronounced a disgrace by the Citadel, was a celebrated chef in Farloom, granted a position within the Citadel as a master of the culinary arts. At some point, however, his talents would take a weird turn, and he would enact what the game describes as culinary crimes, creating dishes such as pickled muck maggot, its name of course speaking for itself. These crimes would have the Citadel disowning Lagoli, leaving Lagoli no choice but to return home and continue down the path of creating repulsive delicacies. However, things would only be made worse as the haunting began to spread through Farloom, eventually affecting Lagoli and making his previous culinary misdemeanors into culinary violations. It's precisely in this maddened state that we meet Lagoli. As you'd expect from a purely lore-based perspective, this battle is absolutely trivial. Lagoli smacks us around with his large spoon and throws his vile creations at us at a chance at either making Hornet gag in the best instance, and at the worst, poisoning Hornet. There are little details about Lagoli being particularly an offensively powerful character, but his fight and size do add some merit to how dangerous he can be when smacking us with a spoon. Lacking in all fronts, he's really just a big bug who can force us into food poisoning. The Fluke Mom is, as its name suggests, the mother of all fluke fays. Described as driven by the singular obsession in breeding, it populates the waterways and envelops the territory in its children. We're told the boss itself is both a birth giver and a nest for its children. However, indicated by its discharge, it's suggested the birth giver and thus its prime offensive tool, the fluke fays, have become infected by the Radiants. On that point, the boss itself has no direct attacks, instead relying on its offensive children to do the fighting for her, not unlike a beehive. Fluke fays are described as single-minded and driven by the desire to latch onto others with its sharp teeth, not unlike parasites. We know they grow into flukes, which are more multi-dimensional, and the larval stage may be purely driven by sustenance, with the goal of becoming an adult. We aren't given any more details about the Fluke Mom outside of this, and in the gameplay the infection isn't potent enough to actually damage us, suggesting she isn't a vector for infection or able to use the Radiance's infection as a means of combat. Fluke fays, while trivial as individuals, can swarm quite quickly and are deeply territorial and protective of their broodmother, and thus are as much a threat as a giant beehive can be, firmly ranking quite low on the list, but far more dynamic than the previous entries. Not unlike the previously spoken of Fluke Mom, the Gru's mother is yet another large mother of the more common Gru's enemies. Found throughout the game, and more particularly as a boss battle in the Forgotten Crossroads, she is described as having the ability to fly and flay her body around for damage, not unlike the more common Gru's. But of course the differentiator is that she is much larger in size, enough to cause significant harm if violently bashed against. Description of the Gru's mother indicates she is particularly exhausted in the boss battle due to harbouring her children within her, enough so that she relies on large hibernation periods. However, there are clear indications of rampant infection which may explain her more violent thrashing and aggression. The fight is pretty one-dimensional. She has the sole attack of thrashing, but is distinct to the Fluke Mom due to the closer proximity required to fight it. Her ability to use her much larger weight against us, and the final stage where a large amount of Gru's, which are significantly larger than the Fluke phase, are sent out to fight us, make her far more threatening as a battle altogether. During the peak of the Citadel's reign, Farloom's society was governed by the Weavers. At the heart of the Weavers' bureaucracy was a deep, entrenched class system. The Weavers placed themselves at the upper echelons of society on the virtue of their control over the cocoon and the citadel that maintained the production of silk. They held the means of production that maintained society's superstructure. However, the citadel required labour to turn silk and other resources into productive materials, and seeing themselves as above this tedious manual labour, they created both economic and social apparatuses to ensure the less noble classes would carry the brunt of these activities, for which the surplus value would be exploited by the higher classes. Naturally, this deal, when given full transparency, is obviously deeply unfair. Unfair enough that the organisation of society under these conditions would no doubt come with internal revolts. However, this is where the social apparatus would come into the picture. Using theocratic structures, they preached upon the lower class the spiritual and economic value of being labourers, creating a currency to alienate them further, but also giving promises of spiritual salvation, inadvertently creating a wage slave class. While this worked for most residents, many, especially the deeply encumbered present within Greymore, would attempt to flee from their tasks. Holding the monopoly of power, the Weavers would breed more wings, sentinels that would catch slave workers that disobeyed their role in society. Since the Weavers' abandonment from Farloom, the Moorwings have since lost their duties and become more rabid and wild creatures that populate Greymore, a relic of oppression. If we venture in no time we are faced against one of these monsters. The Moorwing is clearly a large enemy, said to be bred for the task of carrying many slaves, but naturally the slaves of Greymore were already deeply malnourished and frail beings, so the Moorwings didn't need to be efficient hunters or fighters altogether, just watchful and fast. And while they are both of these things and extremely mobile on wings, they are clearly not made for killing specifically. Relying on two small talons, the gameplay makes clear it's more like a desperate flaying than an intention to kill. Their bodies are not armoured, and for the most part they weren't ever built for fighting altogether, as their adversaries were always just desperate slaves. However, the size of their bodies and talons, equated with their mobility on wings and clear training from the Weavers, suggest they are far more proficient as a threat than the more one-dimensional enemies previously mentioned, especially those infected by the Radiants. The plasmified Zango relates closely with the NPC known as Alchemist Xylotl, as he was more than anything the alchemist's apprentice. Xylotl duties himself with the procurement and use of a substance known in Silksong as plasmium, a naturally sourced elixir able to fortify shells and prolong life. However, as Hornet, we know plasmium by another name, this of course being lifeblood. Despite Xylotl's dismissal that we could have never encountered this substance elsewhere, the similarities are striking and are more than likely of the same source. What the source of this is hard to say for certain. It can, however, be argued it may be a substance not dissimilar to the infectious globs of the first game. While in the first game there are no indications of its negative effects, in Silksong we can find a place known as the Wormways, where we can find a variety of plasma-infected beings, suggesting long exposure to the plasma found in abundance in this region has zombified their brains almost identically to the infection of the Radiants from the first game. This could suggest plasmium, or more accurately lifeblood, is linked to a higher being, one that we don't have knowledge of yet, but clearly able to change the physiology of the infected and grant them heightened aggression and mutated forms. Leading us back to Zango, Xylotl's faithful assistant who ventured into the Wormways to collect plasmium. We can find Zango deep in the corner of the Wormways, having been completely taken a hold of by plasmium, and he battled us as a mutated aspect of this infection. While we can't say for certain what deity this substance is associated with, we do know plasmium and lifeblood, if they are indeed linked to a deity, don't represent the same volatile power associated with the Radiance's infection. Even small amounts of exposure to the Radiance's infection can turn a bug into a mindless being, whereas lifeblood and plasmium clearly have been administered frequently with little side effects outside of outright exposure within the Wormways itself. This may suggest the higher being associated with plasmium is far weaker in influence than the Radiance's infection, and thus the mutations far less volatile and dangerous than the more present radiantly affected bugs. We also know plasmium itself is not inherently a harmful substance. We can drink plasmium and actually be better for it, while Radiance's infection carries an almost corrosive quality in its substantive form. This is an important distinction to make, as the plasmified Zango is in many ways extremely similar to the upcoming entry for the Brooding Morlek, living mortars of a malicious substance that has taken a hold of their bodies. This of course isn't to say plasmium is entirely harmless and that you could just swallow the mortars let out by the plasmified Zango and be just fine, as it's clear it does have offensive capabilities. However, in reality we don't have information about what lifeblood is outside of its healing properties and its much smaller chance at infection, and as Zango relies only on 2 attacks, which is physically ramming us and plasma, he ranks quite low on the list, but with the caveat that if more information comes out about lifeblood and the nature of its volatile effects, Zango could rank higher. With little information outside of some snippets of lore, the Brooding Morlek is not dissimilar to its kin, the Morlurk of the Ancient Basin. Why a race of bugs told to be social in nature are so far from their kin is hard to know from the details alone, but we do know the Morleks that we can find in the Ancient Basin are legless, with descriptions suggesting they had lost their legs for reasons likely relating to overconsumption. There aren't any inherent and distinct lore differentiators between the boss Morlek and the ordinary Morlek aside from the existence of legs and details of its heightened aggression. This heightened aggression does however show the boss Morlek as having a wider range of attacks, mostly attributed to his mobility and use of limbs. As a species, they are hefty and large, and it's clear their large size plays into the level of infection they were able to sustain within, becoming vectors for infection as they spill out the corrosive contents. This large size also comes in handy as their mobility means they can jump and land on the character too. While not as large as the legless Morlek in weight alone, this species is still specifically said to be heavier than most others. And thus, as a mortar of infection on legs, they rank here on the list a step above the plasmified Zango, as they are very similar in offensive capabilities, but we do know for certain the volatile nature of the Radiance's infection when placed against lifeblood is far superior, and thus combining this with a larger figure used to stomp ranks them a peg above the Zango. As yet another apex of a certain tribe of bugs, the Vengefly King is the primary patriarchal figure of the Vengeflies native to the Green Path. Described as a scavenger species, the Vengeflies rely on sustaining themselves through eating discarded matter found across the cavern floor, and have evolved flight and large mandibles to chew through a variety of materials. Ordinary Vengeflies themselves are described as fierce and relentless, often hunting species that are much greater in size, using flight and mobility to whittle them down. However, they're not very large to begin with, so this isn't as much an indictment of their strength as you'd originally assume. In the same text, they're spoken of as a very weak species, weak enough in fact that they've become common to the diet of others and are hunted themselves as petty sustenance, requiring very little effort to catch and overcome. The text reads, "These fierce little hunters will bravely chase down creatures many times its size. Admirable. It is weak though, and I have devoured hundreds of them with little effort or care." However, this isn't to say the Vengefly King is as simple to overcome, as we know the main issue with the ordinary Vengeflies is that they're tiny, and this is why they are told to hunt creatures larger than them, but still act as a snack for ordinary sized beings. However, this issue of size is entirely overcome by the Vengefly King, carrying the same ability to hunt much larger beings, but eclipsing the size of most other bugs, and taking the notion of hunting creatures much larger than them to exponential heights. In fact, we ourselves can witness a Vengefly King in the midst of making Zote its next meal. The king relies entirely on two attacks. The first is the more common and recognisable sweeping attack to hunt the player, and the second is to call upon smaller Vengeflies to help in its efforts at taking us down. In comparison to the similar Groozemother, it's clear the Vengefly King has a far more dynamic means of attacks, with specifically evolved mandibles powerful enough to chew down matter. This combined with their flight and the notion that they are often able to hunt creatures much larger than them, and then add the context of the Vengefly King's size, lands them firmly here on the list. Once again, another matriarch of a species of bug mostly known for being driven by instinct, the Moss Mother is native to the Moss Grotto. The Moss Grotto offers strange calm in the world of Silksong. Chakra describes the place as holding little to no threat to a skilled warrior, and a perfect place to sit and reflect. While initially believed to be so serene due to the reclusive nature of the territory's geography and the lack of predators in its ecosystem, we learn this isn't just a coincidence. Rather, the journal suggests this could be due to a protective force that resides within the territory. Most native to this area are a species of bug known as mosskin, extremely frail beings described as soft and clumsy, but if we venture far enough into these lands we can come up against their matriarch and the explanation as to why the Moss Grotto is so serene. Much larger in size and bereft of their silky soft fur, their hide is armoured and their stingers far more developed for defensive means. While still driven by instinct like more vacant bug species, the Moss Mothers have their instincts tuned to the defence of their territory, an instinct described by the journal as allowing them to push beyond their normal physical limits. However, unlike other distinct royalty of smaller species, the Moss Mothers are one of many. There isn't a singular Moss Mother and Queen of the tribe, rather there's a cohort of mothers that join forces to defend the Moss Grotto. And while the Moss Grotto has clearly fended off the hazardous neighbouring regions, it isn't because of a singular entity. And unlike other similar greater bugs of certain species, such as the savage beastfly or even the conchfly, stories of the Moss Mother's power don't necessarily echo in the zeitgeist of society at large. However, the safety of the Mosslands is unquestionable, and while it cannot be attributed to a single Moss Mother, we do know the contemporary environments of Farloom, from the haunting and the rising contention from the remnant factions within the Citadel, do suggest the Mosslands, through the effort of the Moss Mothers, are uniquely more successful than most in maintaining their hegemony and safety, a place that even even the haunting has yet to take a hold of, giving the Moss Mothers an extremely unique position amongst their instinct-driven peers. Even in their lowly forms, beastflies are described as aggressive residents of Farloom's lowlands, relying entirely on ramming its prey with its hardened skull. However, in this low form, even their narrative description refers to them as childlike in threat, and how they're akin to a nuisance rather than a real threat to be dealt with. However, the savage beastfly is a little different. Aside from the savage moniker, they are more than just increasingly aggressive, but also much greater in size. There are even theories the savage beastflies were a point of reverence from their own description, but also the beastfly's presence in the aptly named Chapel of the Beast. The Grand Hunt description of the beastfly indicate they were notoriously harmful fauna that often hindered travellers making their way through the lowlands. They were clearly dangerous enough for their presence to remain frightful enough that their captivity was necessary either as a point of reverence or as just a peacekeeping necessity. Whichever it was, it's telling that they were often referred to as great beasts, a distinction seldom given to the more vacuous bugs of similar standing. In a battle, they're not massively unique, and much like the moss chargers, they operate as a ramming species but with the ability to fly. They're not told to be inherently fast, and their distinction mostly comes from how persistent they are and how hard their skull is. However, unlike the less infected bugs of the first game, do have much more context around how dangerous they were to the native population, a unique notoriety often credited to these species being lone menaces, enough so that they would be individually imprisoned, credit that places them above the Moss Mothers. A sort of synthesis between the brooding Morlech and the Flukmam, the broodmother is described as being both the primary matriarch and birthgiver to smaller kin, but also rendered mad and fighting us as a sort of living mortar. Found in the Slab region of Farloom, infamous for being a section of the region reserved for criminals and thus housing prisoners, we learn the broodmother may have originally existed to produce smaller sentries such as guardflies and wardenflies to maintain the grounds. However, since the Weaver's abandonment and the slow deterioration of the citadel due to the expanding of Grandmother Silk's influence through the haunting, the broodmother would likely too become a victim of this, driving her to become mad. This maddened state would plunge the slabs into chaos. If we accept the Wailing Mother's wish, we can find the broodmother engaging in a battle. Using a mix of summoned attacks through flies, corrosive spit mortars, and thrashing, in many ways the broodmother answers the question, what happens if we fused the Groozmother and the brooding Morlech and the Flukmam into one single entity? While clearly an uncoordinated mess and design context of it even struggling to fly or ram into us in desperation, she is in many ways far more a dynamic threat, and the infamy of the place of her residence being linked directly to her does suggest her influence was far greater than the sum of her parts, placing her above the others as a far more dynamic threat altogether. It's hard to imagine the ordinary skull scuttler species known for literally donning disguises to live in peace could grow into a being that would command authority in any pocket of Farloom, let alone command dominance of an entire area. But the Skull Tyrant and the adult version of the scuttler quickly undoes any of these doubts. The Skull Tyrant is described by the game as an incredibly fierce bug. Absolutely massive in scale, they are said to be the largest of the Marrow's predators. And while the Marrow's region is mostly bereft of diverse life, we know the Skull Tyrant won this position on pure malice and ability to fight. What is originally believed to be the use of skulls as disguise for the Skull Scuttlers, the Skull Tyrant adorns massive skulls of the beasts they would kill as proof of their ferocity rather than an act to blend in. And while by all intents and purposes it is yet another instinct-driven bug relying on its ramming capacity, the narrative around its fierceness and its evident destruction of much greater bugs, but also the gameplay context of being great enough that its roar and movements can shake and dismantle the terrain itself, firmly place it here on the list, above the more lore-gapped savage beastfly. The Watcher Knights in their original form were the bona fide defenders of Lurien the Watcher, one of the three dreamers dutied with sealing the Black Egg that hosted the Hollow Knight. Lurien's original duties were bound to the Watcher's Spire, a tactical point in which Lurien could remain vigilant over the City of Tears. Upon the first infection spread, we learn Lurien would join Hera and Monomon in sealing the Hollow Knight's vessel body away as he submerged the Radiance. The body of the Dreamers in this dream state would require harsh defense mechanisms, as the breaking of the seal would spell the re-emergence of the Radiance and thus the existential threat of the Radiance back to Hallownest. While the Radiance re-emerges regardless, a story we'll go into in more detail for the Hollow Knight's respective entry, guards would be placed beside all Dreamers, and for Lurien this responsibility sat with the Watcher Knights. While we'll be ranking the Watcher Knight as a single entity for comparative reasons, we do know they were one of many, a cohort of husk bugs dutied solely with protecting Lurien. Why only a few remain seems to relate entirely to the re-emergence of the Radiance's infection, something made more apparent as the remaining Watcher Knights are nothing but a hollow husk commanded by smaller infected bugs using the shell as a living weapon. Why the infected would be protecting a dreamer seemingly responsible for the Radiance's imprisonment may relate to the irony that the Black Egg had become a defensive shell for it while it chipped away at Hallownest from the inside of its population's mind. Regardless, all of this context does give us some great clues about the Watcher Knight's power as we meet them in the game. For one, the Watcher Knight was not a sole protector of Lurien, unlike the way Umu was for Monomon. And secondly, the Watcher Knight boss battle isn't even against a bona fide Watcher Knight, rather a selection of a much smaller and more frail bug race driven mad by the infection using the Watcher's empty shell as a tool. Unlike the upcoming False Knights, the Watcher's husk is not enchanted with any extraordinary power. Furthermore, the power of the Watcher Knights, even in their true form, seems to rely on pure heft to battle us rather than being a proxy for the strength of their respective dreamer, unlike say Umu's use of electricity that can be linked directly to their respective dreamer, Monomon. In a battle, we see this best as the Watcher Knight relies entirely on the use of a nail to attack us, and while they are still lesser versions of what the False Knight is in this game, and lack the sentience and one-mindedness of more capable knights, their size and use of large refined nails, and clearly highly defensive husks sufficient to represent a true dreamer, place them here on the list, far more war-built than the previous entries. Taking a similar approach to the savage beastflies, the great conchflies actually have a far more dynamic threat level to the more ordinary ramming species of bugs in the game. This dynamism, of course, is related entirely to the large drill-like shape of their skulls. In the game, the conchflies are described as beings that often mate for life, sticking together in an extremely loyal bond. We are taking the same approach as the other entries for the conchfly, ranking it at its most powerful form we can meet in the game, and thus we will be speaking about the raging conchfly, a version of the ordinary great conchfly driven to vengeance after we defeat its mate. Carrying the momentum of flight, but also the force to terraform their environment and attack us from many angles with a heightened aggression and speed due to having broken one of the most sacred aspects of their lives, the raging conchfly is far more aggressive and dangerous than most other ramming species. Nu even infers that their shell is impressively tough, comparatively suggesting they were at least as tough as those associated with the closely affiliated beastfly species too. On top of this, the raging conchfly, much like the Vengefly King, can also summon upon lesser conchflies as projectiles, adding further credit to the fight. It's also important to remember that they were once residents of the sands of Karak during Cross King Khan's own rule over the territory, as their coral appearance pays homage to the land before it was ravaged by storms. We also know we can find the conchflies within the Coral Tower, the same space the king himself would make residence. While I won't spoil Khan's entry, we do know their society was heavily influenced by the art of war. Integral to their culture was fighting or dying through forced natural selection. It's hard not to imagine the conchflies having been forced down the same path, especially the case with the adult great conchflies having likely been brought up during Khan's reign, as Hornet refers to them as elder, giving them the edge over the previous entries and placing them here on the list. Found in the Marrows, the Bell Beast becomes one of the more important means of travelling across Farloom. On encounter, we can find the Bell Beast trapped in a web of silk. Once relieved, we learn the beast doesn't carry the same sentience as more advanced species, and is immensely instinctual, immediately attacking the player upon release. In many ways, the Bell Beast is sort of what the Moss Chargers think they are, but also on steroids. Harbouring a steel shell, weight heavy enough to turn the environment itself hostile, and speed so proficient they're essentially Farloom's high-speed rail, our battle against the Bell Beast has us face first against the force of a locomotive, hell-bent on making this our last stop. When it comes to the sheer power of force itself, the Bell Beast absolutely decimates most other less sapient bugs, and while offset by what is clearly bestial instincts and beat out by more refined warriors able to take advantage of this, its self-described speed and heft place it here on the list. As noble as they are misled, Garmund and Zaza originally posed as NPCs that can be found throughout the game. Garmund tells us he originates from a village that has since been completely decimated by the haunting of Grandmother Silk. Its threads had taken the lives of his peers and built within him a longing for vengeance and justice. He tells us on first encounter he doesn't seek the Citadel as a pilgrim or for its riches, rather to force its leaders to pay for their involvement with the haunting. Garmund and Zaza are one of a few instances in the game where you can witness them fending off a variety of enemies. The game makes clear the usual mobbing of enemies throughout the game and even in the Citadel are light work for the duo, albeit as long as they get their naps in between. We can actually watch as Garmund and Zaza aid us in a battle with another boss, that being the Moorwing. While a joint effort, Garmund does show reassurance that he can take the challenge on alone, thanking us for locating the beast and assuring us he's been tracking it for a while, immediately making him greater than the Moorwing. However, this isn't where the context of his power stops, as he never seems to struggle throughout a wide range of regions, showing he can overcome Greymoor, the Sinner's Road, Coral Chambers, Songclave, Whispering Vaults, and even the High Halls. In many instances, he lets us know that he'll hold down the fort. Of course, he wouldn't be on this list if not for our own ability to fight him, as in the Whispering Vaults he asks us for a duel to refine both of our skills. In this battle he uses very much the same fighting abilities as we witnessed earlier, relying entirely on his lance to impale us by charging towards us on his steed, Zaza. There are some cues from both his attacks and novel ways of defeating him that suggest Garmund and Zaza are a little haphazard with the way that they fight. He flays his lance with little finesse and can hilariously be thrown off a ledge too, suggesting Garmund and Zaza are more heart than skill, suggesting perhaps our aid towards them on clearing the path towards the Citadel may have something to do with how well he has traversed Farloom. But the context of his defeat over the Moorwing and potential to be greater than a majority of the more regular mobs of the game lend enough credit for him to be placed here on the list. While initially easily mistaken for one of the great Hallownest knights known as Hegemol, we learn the False Knight, testament to its name, is actually something far from a warrior class of being. In fact, we learn quickly that it's in fact just a maggot. Maggots in the game are described as the weakest members of the Kingdom of Hallownest, and were often left to enact menial labour and, in some extreme cases, sustenance for other creatures. We learn as individuals they pose no threat to anyone, literally running from the player upon encounter. It's thus no surprise the maggots would face the brunt of Hallow's Nest's class society, where even the monopoly of power governed by the Pale King would not guarantee their safety. It's this fact that would have the maggots looking inward to quell the anxieties of their species. One day the maggots would find a lifeline. A wandering maggot would stumble upon the armour of Hegemel, one of, if not the mightiest Hallow's Nest knights. Nailmaster Shio even proclaiming his might in distinction to his peers, Zemur, Dryer, Isma and even Ogrim. Fortunately for the maggot, Hegemel's armour was left unattended, taking it for himself, relying upon the tales of Hegemel's armour being imbued with great strength to empower himself. We aren't told for certain if the armour did host enchanting properties, but we do know upon donning the armour much greater than the maggot's frame, he would come to be known as the False Knight, and a protector for a small cluster of maggots that had made residence in the abandoned storeroom. Able to clearly take advantage of most of its movements, the maggot goes from being the weakest race to something much greater. However, there are caveats to this of course, as cues indicate Hegemel's finesse as written in history is lost here, which plays into the false knight stereotype, as despite commanding his armour, the maggot in control remains far from a knight himself, and thus cannot be read as adjacent to what we would expect for the true Hegemel. In any case, the armour is clearly imbued by something that does grant great strength to the wielder, and stories of Hegemel often speak of Hegemel as a great champion in soul, but also his armour being a great boulder stone of his reputation as well, and thus as a messy and desperate animation of his armour, second to very little else in heft and weight, the False Knight ranks here on the list. There are some conflicting narratives about Galen's life, described initially as a fighter who trained in the hope of becoming a knight, and from his own words, an undefeated warrior claiming to be the strongest of Hallow's Nest. The truth of course falls closer to the former, but there are some caveats here too. We're told Galen was a prospective knight in Hallow's Nest, driven by the pursuit to prove himself directly to the Pale King and be awarded the official title of Knight of the Realm. We don't know for certain what race he comes from, but his exoskeleton does suggest something not dissimilar to the Husks, often made up of a warrior class of beings from the Watcher Knights to the Sentries. However, unlike say the Watcher Knights, his position was never formalised, as his final act would have him venture into Deep Nest, a territory initially separated by the Pale King and guarded over by the Mantis tribe as they posed a wild threat to Hallow's Nest bureaucracy. A threat deep enough the Pale King did not deem it necessary to annex or overcome, agreeing a truce with the Mantis tribe as long as they assured the gates to Deep Nest were kept well secure. Any hero seeking to prove themselves to the Pale King would naturally see this as a goldmine of recognition. However, on this test for strength, he would die. Whether this death was directly related to losing in battle to the Weavers, or dying of grievous wounds after winning a battle against them, are entirely uncertain, but all point to Galen not having the power to endure its challenges. Naturally, his efforts would be memorialised as one of ambition and resilience, and if we invoke his warrior spirit, we can face Galen. The fight isn't in itself all that spectacular, aside from the unique use of a scythe to fight us, and as there aren't any important lore cues for his strength in this battle, we have to go by the fact that he is one of a few beings able to traverse the Deep Nest, an area we'll contextualise more in the Mantis tribe entry. We also learn from the proto-details of the Kickstarter backers' initial story for him, he was initially posed to have defeated many Weavers before succumbing to his wounds. Weavers, of course, as will be contextualised later in the list, is the race that was directly enhanced by the power of Grandmother Silk in Farloom before leaving the territory for Deep Nest. But the early details aren't necessarily deemed to be canon, so even this can be taken with a pinch of salt. Ultimately painting Galen as a failed knight of Hallow's Nest, but a positive story on the resilience and ambitions of the culture the Pale King was able to raise in Hallow's The story of the broken vessel relates entirely to the story of the Pale King's most desperate actions, this of course being the invocation of the Void to dialectically oppose the Radiance's gaining influence. In summation, we learn the Void may be the most primordial force in the universe. The earliest civilizations are told to have worshipped the Force, creating totems and idols in its image. However, in time, this civilization would disappear, leaving only some symbols of their worship. The Pale King, upon emerging and influencing the creation of Hallow's Nest, had been privy to the existence of the Void early on, even creating measures against its potential re-emergence from the early days. However, this oppositional relationship would quickly crumble, as the Pale King would look towards the Void as a last-ditch attempt at suppressing the infection, a mind-altering disease linked to the Radiance and the predecessor to the Pale King's dominion in Hallow's Nest. We'll speak more on this history later down the list, but what's important to note here is that one of the Pale King's main uses of the Void came from the creation of vessels, a myriad of children that were born native to the Void with the sole purpose of being hollowed out beings to contain the Radiance's light. This of course would lay the foundations for the creation of the Hollow Knight itself, but also the main protagonist. But without spoiling a later entry, behind the Hollow Knight and beside our main character, others also escaped the Void and emerged into Hallow's Nest, but unfortunately many would meet an awful fate, the broken vessel being one of such a being. Defeat and left forgotten in a windy cave within the ancient basin area, the broken vessel was either defeated, cracked and left open to be infected by the Radiance, or was defeated by the influence of the Radiance itself. Regardless of which is true, what remains is a being that fights not dissimilar to our own protagonist, but with the mindless lack of coordination you would expect from an infected being. Utilizing a nail and the dynamism of the infection, the broken vessel acts as a mirror to a fate we ourselves could become victim to. We know the infection, specifically the second wave of infections, had both negative but also positive traits associated to one's own power, some residents even willingly choosing infection and the Radiance's influence to enrich their own strength. But there is a nuance to how the infection affects the willing and those that fight against its corruption, the broken vessel clearly being the latter. Fighting against the infection often harbours a much worse fate rather than a willful symbiosis, and thus may have been a weaker being altogether for this very reason. However, where raw enriched strength is lost, the infection takes precedent and becomes a volatile and contagious substance in itself, and this is best seen in the orange orbs and excretions that litter this fight. Thus, if you are a great venerated warrior on the merits of your own sentience and fighting ability, fighting against the Radiance's influence would no doubt be an unworthy trade-off, as the baseline of the infection's power would be by comparison much worse. We aren't told the nature of the vessel, but we do know only the stronger-willed vessels would crawl out from the abyss, making the broken vessel adjacent to the Hollow Knight and the protagonist, at least prior to becoming broken. Furthermore, the Void as an inherent substance is of course an immensely powerful aspect of power, but more importantly for this entry, the Void also acted as a container for an incredibly large amount of the infection too, which is precisely why the Hollow Knight could contain a literal god within itself. On a much smaller scale, this means the broken vessel filled with the infection is not dissimilar to the Hollow Knight in this sense. Naturally, there are a lot of gaps here, as we don't necessarily know how powerful vessels are on a base level. We know the Hollow Knight required rigorous training to become the great protector of Hallow's Nest, and our protagonist canonically goes through a journey of obtaining strength in our own playthrough. With this being said, it comes together to conservatively place the broken vessel here on the list. Leader of the Stilkin tribe within Bylewater, we learn Groll and his company of Stilkin existed prior to the Citadel's construction and blame much of the desolation to the Citadel's disregard and active pollution of the region. This animosity would eventually catch the eye of the Snail Shamans, a tribe of snails with a deep affinity to soul, the ethereal force of all bugs. In the first game, their soul affinity even gives us the ability to cast great soul spells, and in the second game we learn their power can be complex enough even to challenge the Void, the true greatest force in the game. As individuals, however, they're quite weak and frail, and so they looked towards the Stilkin in Bilwater and sought to create an alliance. However, Groll, the chief and chaplain of the Stilkin, would promptly betray them, killing a snail shaman and sapping its soul affinity. The Hunter's Journal tells us this one's strength was much enhanced by Stolen Soul, and goes on to make reference to an upcoming entry and the immensity of power the Soul Master would accumulate from the first game. However, unlike the Soul Master, it's clear Groll did not have the finesse to use it in the ways that were more complex than just outright violent means, something made clear as despite harnessing the great soul of a snail shaman, he can only really use one spell, this being Vengeful Spirit, a very rudimentary exertion of soul rather than the immensely refined spells we'll speak about for the Soul Master's entry. Beside this, however, Groll is described as having become something of a master in his own environment, something we have to confront as he can use traps and the landscape to his advantage in this fight. Its acid attack is quite rudimentary and doesn't necessarily draw from the power of a higher being like the infection projectiles of, say, similar attacks by the Brooding Morlek. However, the combination of his ability to use soul powers directly from the strength of a snail shaman, his mastery over the environment that's extremely hostile in our battle against him, from diving and re-emerging from the prominent swamp and making use of traps, does give him the edge over the earlier entries. The Collector is an interesting entry as it's one of a few enemies that seem entirely and directly related to the Void itself. Taking an apparition and void black form throughout, it harbours a joyful sentience and personality that seem contradictory to its nature. We know natural void beings don't have minds or are able to demonstrate sentience as individuals. The Collector is clearly far more personally driven, as he is referred to as a joyful god of protection and is obsessed with collecting and preserving grubs. This sentience may actually be linked to the Pale King, as we know the Collector shares an eerie resemblance to the King's Molds, which of course were early experiments by the Pale King to utilise the Void to combat the encroaching presence of the Radiants. The primary theory suggests the Collector may have been a very early iteration of the King's Molds. Clearly having been constructed in the Pale King's hidden workshop, the Collector was a void being that had no cladding typical to the King's Molds. This lack of cladding may have been an original foresight by the Pale King, as it allowed the void being to act more sporadically unbound by the Pale King's restriction. This early creation may even explain why its body has more limbs than the later King's Molds. What's interesting, however, is that despite this, the Collector is in a way still acting as intended. We know King's Mold's primary purpose was to defend the Hallows Nest, and particularly the White Palace, and while not a resident of the White Palace, the Collector scours Hallows Nest and entombs its weaker residents in glass jars, either at an attempt to ward off hunters or to ward off the Radiants, which may explain why they are some of the few regular enemies in Hallows Nests that aren't infected. Naturally, the gaps in lore mean there are a variety of other reasonings behind what the Collector is, but what's important to this video is that the Collector is empowered directly by the Void and a machination of the Pale King, as originally a being deemed fit to protect Hallows Nest from within the White Palace itself. The power of the Void is an interesting topic, as we know the Void's strength is related to unification and acting as one. Smaller aspects of the Void are relatively weaker and easily suppressed by light. This may explain why we are told the Collector slinks through the shadows, caverns, and avoids being seen as indicated by the Hunter's Journal. We know other void beings not dissimilar to the Collector are easily dispatched. We know the siblings take a single hit from the Dream Nail to dispatch entirely, and while the gameplay is discounted, this still pays homage to the brittle nature of the void when separated from the source of its power, something reinforced in the lore too from the effects of the Void Heart. However, in a certain ending, we can find Void, once given purpose and a task, can be immensely powerful enough to even destroy the Radiance itself. However, the Collector doesn't seem to fit either trope, and may be somewhere in the middle, likely much closer to the more independent and scattered aspects of the Void. This may also explain why the King's Molds were deemed successful over the Collector, as their shortcomings as being separated void entities in strength were circumvented through armaments, while retaining the benefit of the void being uninfectable by the Radiance, making them perfect guardians to the White Palace. In this sense, the Collector is to the King's Molds what our own Shade variant is to the Knight, a self-described imprint of a more whole being, and thus the Collector, while retaining the dynamism of being of the Void, bearing unique sentience and an intentionally offensive construction by the Pale King, ranks fittingly as a weaker version of the King's Mold, but far more unique and influential due to its unbound nature. As the apex of what it means to be crystallized, the Crystal Guardian is told to have been an ordinary miner of the Crystal Peak that would inevitably be overcome by the crystals itself. While mining crystals has been around for what is presumed to be prior to the Radiance's emergence in the mines of Hallow's Nest, we learn from journal entries, but also the Whispering Roots in the area, the crystals may have actually acted as a refraction of a light, not unlike the light associated with the Radiance itself. Crystals were used within the economy of Hallow's Nest as an initially believed to be less volatile and seemingly more resourceful version of Soul, the ethereal force bound to each being from since the days of ancient civilizations. However, as the presence of the Radiance began to encroach upon Hallow's Nest, the crystal would take a life of its own, encapsulating the minds and bodies of those tasked to mine it. Eventually, the crystals would corrupt the miners as it encased their heads in the power of the Radiance, giving them a similar ailment to the infection itself, but rather than being a viscous matter, was instead represented in what appears to be a more pure form and representation of the Radiance itself. This, of course, being light. While we have thus far only spoken of the power of the Radiance in the form of viscous infections, we know that the true use of the Radiance's power through the fight with the Radiance itself was in fact the refraction of light as projectiles, and thus the Crystal Guardian is far closer to the projection of the Great God than the lowly infected denizens. However, we do know the Crystal Guardian, or more accurately the miner it once was, is not so much a great being or warrior, but a typical miner both physically and in skill. And while its enlarged size can be attributed to the infection of the Radiance, we aren't really given details about the crystals themselves being a very hard substance to penetrate, making it a particularly vulnerable being. This combined with his clear hollowed mind due to the infection, but keeping account of his unique use of a power mostly only attributed to the Radiance itself, the Crystal Guardian ranks here on the list. Gorb is yet another very mysterious character added through the Kickstarter supporters channel. From the details we do have, we are told Gorb is a mysterious life form and claims to contain all of the world's knowledge. Of course, this so-called claim is to be taken with a pinch of salt, as even in the game's description it suggested this is a self-assertion rather than a narrated fact of the universe. Told to carry something of a cult leader persona, he would encourage others to follow in his mode of enlightenment, the nature of which remains, just like the race of his character, a mystery. What we can ascertain, at least from the fight itself, is that Gorb had two main abilities, teleportation and the ability to throw omnidirectional spears. The spear attack in particular actually pays homage to Radiance's own specific spear-like ability, which may suggest either some influence from the Radiance or Gorb's choice to open its mind willingly to the dreamlike power of the Radiance itself. Again, this remains purely speculative. There are no details on his power or adjacency, but both abilities do suggest he's far from an omnipotent being, and thus more likely a cult-leading charlatan who appealed to the Radiance. However, despite not being all-knowing, this appeal to the Radiance does seem well reciprocated, as he is described as having a bloated head, and as we know the Radiance often infiltrates one's body through their mind, it may be indications of a certain degree of success for Gorb in attaining the Radiance's power. Gorb stands as a footnote in the game's lore, and in truth his power isn't dissimilar to other beings that appropriate the Radiance's influence, with the caveat he may have sourced his power from a more direct source, fittingly ranking above the less refined projections of the Radiance's light in the Crystal Guardian. Described as the elder overseer of the Deep Dark, Cygnus and Gron are brothers tasked with overlooking and enforcing the Citadel's productive requirements to the lesser inhabitants that worked within these docks. The Deep Docks were historically a crucial part of the Citadel's economy. The Citadel, above all else, is highly reliant on earth minerals. If not the intricate materials required for cogs for automatons, it's the steel required to build their great walls and gates. The docks connected to the far fields was a crucial access point for mined goods. The Citadel would turn the docks into an industrial mega-region, cultivating, forging, and transporting crucial resources. Naturally, as you'd expect, such menial labour was always below what the weavers believed themselves to be, and thus lesser beings such as shovelers, sifters, and flint workers would be employed in absolutely horrendous conditions. However, unlike Greymore, the docks were far more important to the Citadel's upkeep, and thus they employed a special set of overseers to ensure everything remained in working order and the labourers continued to labour. These special overseers were of course Cygnus and Gron. Naturally, as the Citadel decayed after the Weavers had left, its governance left to one single conductor and Grandmother Silk's re-emerging influence causing Farloom's haunt, the docks and subsequently Cygnus and Gron would also lose themselves to the haunt. Despite both being haunted, they still remain in charge and act as they would before these new conditions. We can make our way to the docks and find Cygnus commanding a shoveler to continue working, our rude interruption eventually evoking his ire. As one of a few battles in the game that are fought against more than one individual, Cygnus and Gron are seemingly inseparable and fight with a dynamism worth ranking together. At the heart of their power is the use of unique flame weaponry and heavily armoured shells. The lore detail here clearly points towards their armaments as an example of the productive forces native to the Deep Docks. They fight with a wide array of attacks, showing that they match the exquisite nature of their weapons with an equally masterful skill set. This isn't surprising, as the Citadel may have known well the importance of the docks to the maintenance of the Citadel itself. Having a great synergy together, the gameplay clearly shows they fight with great sequence, no doubt playing into the nature of their tenure together, something made clearer through the description of their age as Elder, having been in place for what seems to be since the inception of the Deep Docks itself. However, it is clear the Deep Docks weren't a focal point for aggression from the outside world. A majority of their task, as described, was to wrangle the labour force and enact punishment on much smaller beings altogether. However, the refine and finesse of their armaments make them a living representation of the Citadel's productive forces and place the duo here on the list. The Father of the Flame, while not a singular entity, represents most a small cult that had found residence within Farloom under an organised religion that operated outside the confines of even the Citadel. While there is evidence to suggest the Citadel sought the removal of this cult, we do know they still operate within the thickets. At the heart of this religion was a figure known as the Father of the Flame, a supposed deity they revered. While there can be adjacency drawn between the Father of the Flame and higher beings, it's unlikely the Father of the Flame was even a real deity, and rather a figment of cultish creation to organise a society under. Who the beneficiaries of this cult are is hard to say. No one messiah-like figure stands out, but it's suggested within the centre of their worship and within the large wick totem built in the Father of the Flame's image is the remains of an aged bug, which may suggest the leader has since died and his corpse now revered within the totem. There's absolutely nothing that suggests this god of fire even exists, or if the aged bug in question was anything more than a charlatan, but we do know central to the power of this cult was the use of wisps, described as fickle sprites of fire, which can indeed be controlled by the cult itself. We aren't told the nature of the wisps, but we do know they spawn from wispfire lanterns as a potential soul source, a lantern that of course was placed at the heart of the Father of the Flame's effigy, no doubt to bring to life their conceptions of a fire god. In this breath, our battle with the Father of the Flame is really just against this lantern, throwing flame wisps at us while we attempt to destroy the wick branches until we can dislodge the lantern from the effigy entirely. Much like the cult, the Father of the Flame is no more than an illusion of power. However, there is large indications the power of the flame wisps were channeled well enough that the encroaching religious colonialism natural to Farloom through the Citadel was unable to undo the cult's presence. And while the thickets are a small section of Farloom, it does suggest the Citadel may have seen the annexation of this territory as a campaign not worth the casualties, adding a great degree of credit to the power of the flame wisps and the burning bugs that commanded them. The large structure, the power of the wisps, and the knowledge that the core source of power related to the wisps resided within this structure, but also the connotations that the Father of the Flame was not a great divine entity and more like a large war machine commanded by the cult, does give it an edge over many other smaller threats, firmly placing it here on the list. Vaultworm is not a single boss in the traditional sense. In fact, they're described as a collection of charged worms who hone their abilities together to form a Vaultworm entity. The Vaultworm are native to the Sands of Karak area. Deserts are often associated with lightning due to the very dry conditions, which may play into the idea that the static environment meant the energy potential of the Vaultworms were high enough for them to be far more threatening than most other native species. And the subsection they occupy represents this too, as it's filled to the brim with electrified coral and stones charged with electricity. We'll speak more on the absolute volatility of the Sands of Karak region during the Crust King Khan's entry, but what's more important to know here is how their civilization would fall to the immensity of the storms native to Karak. The fact that the Vaultworms not only withstood the tumultuous environment, but also harnessed the energy of the storms in a place mostly ignored by even the belligerents of the Citadel due to these very conditions, portray the Vaultworms as representing the same power that not only overthrew Crust King Khan, a champion so great he held the greatest defense against the Citadel, but also an environment that the Citadel still feared even after his demise. It's unsurprising the only living enemy in this area is the Vaultworm, as they had adapted to charging themselves with the energy potential of the area and became its apex living organism. The battle has us navigate an enclosed space highly charged with electricity, something they can discharge at a will to absolutely eviscerate threats. And while they are described as driven by instinct and basic thought, and having extremely insignificant and vulnerable bodies, if we go by threat alone, the Vaultworm's danger to the player far exceeds other more docile and instinctual bugs, and in the environment we meet them, potentially greater than some of the greater sentient and skilled bugs too. As the mother of all Umas, the Umu is, as you'd expect, a much larger and far more dynamic battle when compared to its lesser kin. Although obviously detracting from the bug formula the game has used thus far, the Umas and subsequently the Umu is inferred to have been created by the great Monomon residing just past the Umu boss battle. Monomon is said to have been heavily involved in the Pale King's plan to seal the Radiance away in vessels and ultimately in the Hollow Knight itself. Monomon naturally would take it upon himself to join the Dreamers as they seal the Black Egg, and eventually concedes with the main character in undoing the seal and usurping the Hollow Knight's body. We don't get a lot of information about Monomon's fighting abilities, but it's safe to say from Hera's influence in the Spider Tribe as a first-generation Weaver and Lurian's influence in the City of Tears, the Dreamers were enlisted to these positions due to their history of immense recognisable power amongst their kin. We know Lurian is associated with the power of the Watcher Knights, as previously discussed. In a similar breath, it's inferred that Umu existed as a defender of Monomon's seal, and by association makes it quite powerful in its own merit. We know that Umu's primary attack has it rely on the outburst of electricity. Electricity as a type of attack isn't seen elsewhere in Hollow Knight 1, and may actually be a similar strength to Voltverm's power, but with a heightened affinity associated with Monomon, a great dreamer associated with jellyfish, and thus an innate exertion of electricity. Of course, jellyfish in real life don't really electrically shock people, but symbolically are often associated with this feature, something often represented as true electricity in fiction. Nevertheless, this electricity shares identical features to the Voltverm, so we have to assume it's true electricity, at least in the game's universe. As this electricity is sourced from Monomon, it's fair to estimate Monomon's own power to estimate Umu's. Our biggest clue of Monomon's strength comes from the story of Quirrell, where his mask in both the comic and the game seems to hold a divine potential that seems heavily soul-like in aesthetics. While we'll discuss the power of soul and its invocation in a later entry, it's often posed as adjacent to that of higher powers like the Radiance's light and the void. So in these gaps, we have to assume this electricity associated with Umu is a volatile aspect of soul, fitting as soul is often described as the life force of all bugs, and electricity is just violent projections of energy, and thus Umu's offensive capability similar to volatile soul or radiant light, empowered by a great dreamer able to use its power to seal the Black Egg. However, what gives Umu the edge over the Crystal Guardian and Voltverm is that we know Umu is also defensively very unique too. It's inferred only the incredibly honed blade of Quirrell can shatter its defensive walls. We know Quirrell often posits we should hone our own nail to continue in our own journey, inferring only a mastered blade is sufficient in penetrating this being. And while there is a whole heap of cynicism required for this entry because of the lack of direct information, this, at least in theory, ranks Umu here on the list. As what is likely the one boss most players have not actually fought, the Summon Saviour is exclusive only to the Steel Soul mode, a permadeath mode activated through a secret prompt in the menu screen. The greatest difference in this game mode is of course the existence of Steel Seer's Eye, an incredibly mysterious being of steel we get a first glimpse of during the first game through a character named Jin. While Jin in the first game speaks of himself as being far too young to understand the nature of his being or even his maker, Steel Seer's Eye, as their name would suggest, was far wiser. Wise enough to know the nature of Hornet's own life, knowing us as a half-pale being and half-weaver. Zai tells us that the authority they answer to is known only as the Masters. While the nature of the Masters are unclear, we do know it heavily relates to the Void, indicating the Void, contrary to what is initially learned, may host factions or a council of ethereal authorities that oversee its infinite power. Zai is accompanied by a smaller steel being known as Sula, a steel heart peer that empathizes more deeply with the Void's ability to consume the world. Sula suggests they have seen what the Void can do and may have watched countless kingdoms crumble to its power. She suggests her steel body has allowed them to avert the same fate, but the survivors' guilt played heavy on their mind, enough so that they refer to it as an unceasing pain. In the game, Sula eventually abandons Zai's side, something that triggers a command sent by the Unseen Masters and the Vassal Lost quest, a mission to retrieve Sula to Zai's side. Following the threads, mind the pun, we can find Sula where she desperately calls upon the Void to create the Summoned Savior, a variety of corpses reborn through the power of the Void to fight on behalf of Sula and fend us off. The power of the Summoned Savior can thus be measured by understanding how much control over the Void Sula actually had. As we learn from the Collector's entry, the Void is most powerful when the power is unified rather than scattered. Zai refers to Sula as her vassal. Vassal in this instance referring to someone often lesser in rank or subordinate. And while we don't know the nature of Zai's power, we can assume it was monstrous due to being aligned to a Void deity. And of course the Void is, without a doubt, the most powerful force in the entire game. Zai's alignment with Sula would therefore by association assume their power may even be greater than the non-deity aligned snail shamans, and as we know from all other servants of higher beings and deific figures, those that are aligned to their respective gods, be it the Radiance or even Grandmother Silk, were often far more adept at making use of their power in proxy. So what does this look like from a practical standpoint? Well, what's most interesting about the Summoned Savior's abilities are its eerie resemblance to what will later be discussed as the most pertinent unified aspect of the Void that we can fight as a boss in the game, this of course being Lost Lace. Much like Lost Lace, the Summoned Savior can use the unique Void tendrils, blobs and even waves of blades from the Lost Lace battle. However, each one of these attacks, while sharing in design with the Lost Lace ability to command the unified Void, is of course far more muted in nature as they're much smaller and less prevalent. Why this is, of course, first relates to how unified the Dark is with Lost Lace, but more importantly may actually relate to something Zai tells us. We know the Unseen Masters command the Void at the highest level from our current knowledge, and we also know the Unseen Masters have turned on Sula for their abandonment, so this may be a relinquishing of power towards Sula altogether. This is also well seen in the Summoned Savior's body. It's clearly a mishmash of lesser bugs brought together through a desperate plea rather than a meticulous ritual. And while much lesser than the Lost Lace in this form, this unstable being is still a power to be reckoned with and clearly holds a power in the Void, aesthetically and thus proximally similar to Lost Lace, ultimately ranking here on the list. The Elder Hu was best known as a travelling sage with the sole purpose of purifying the peripheries of Hallow's Nest from the Radiance's infection. We learn his fate would come to an end when he himself would be afflicted by the infection, and with a warped vision of reality would falsely accuse the Mantis tribe of the infection, only to be killed by their lords. We can learn more about Hu's own origins if we jump over to Silksong, as we learn the immensely powerful character known as Chakra may very well have come from the same tribe. This also gives us context that purification may have just meant killing those who harboured the infection, as being a warrior was integral to Chakra's tribe. This of course is further reinforced from his own dialogue telling us he attacked the Mantis tribe after deeming them infected. Regardless, upon his demise to the Mantis tribe, Hallow's Nest would mark his life with a memorial at the gates of the City of Tears. We can of course battle Elder Hu here as a warrior dream, where we are given some more insight into how he quote unquote purified the infected. In this battle, he has the unique ability to cast light ring pillars to descend upon us. These powers don't seem to be entirely aligned to the usual archetype of powers we know in the first game, but may just be an aesthetic divergence to the use of Radiance's light to inflict harm, the use of soul not unlike the player and the soul masters, and of course the ring style combat usual to the tribe he and Chakra come from, which would explain its visual similarity to all three disciplines. The Radiance's light, or potentially a mix of ring-style combat and light, do play well into the idea that the Elder Hugh was infected upon death, and his lingering memories no doubt clouded by the power of the Radiance's infection, now represented in its rawest form, this of course being light. However, unlike say the outward praise and lore context of other Radiant Light users or even ring users like Chakra and soul users like the Soul Master having a spell dedicated to its defeat, the Elder Hugh doesn't grant us any unique soul or fighting ability, and thus the extent to his power linked to soul or use of rings still speculative. Furthermore, despite being a warrior, he's never told to be physically powerful. We even know he is a very old man, further evidenced by the sprite itself. Warrior dreams have a tendency to represent a figure in the way that they were best remembered, and while he may have been a charlatan in his life with claims of purification, in this moment he does have what appears to be powers derived from the Radiance itself. The combination of his frailty, age, and having been defeated quite swiftly by the Mantis tribe, but also the context we spoke about regarding the Radiance's light in the Crystal Guard's entry, and the details of Chakra and the power of her tribe much further down the list, secure Hugh a position here on the list. Initially introduced to us as one of the great pupils of the Nailmaster Sly, Shio is a teacher who can unlock the Great Slash ability. In the game proper, Shio has relinquished his position as a fighter and has taken up painting, speaking of the stroke of paints not dissimilar to the eloquence required for commanding a nail in combat. While we can't fight Shio in this form, if we venture into the Godmaster expansion, we can in fact battle him amongst the pantheon of the gods. While God as a phrase is used liberally within this game, if we exclude true divine beings such as Radiance, the Godseeker tells us ordinary beings can be godly if they strike a certain level of mastery and talent. In the Pantheon of Gods, despite there being a variety of bosses we can fight, only 4 harbour true godly distinction in this manner, made evident through the prayers associated with each being. The first being Sly, the second being Oro and Motto, the third being the Pure Vessel, and the fourth, of course, Shio himself. Why Shio is brought to this distinction actually sits with the story of Sly. While we'll leave Sly's story for a little down the list, we do know Shio used to be a great student of Sly. In fact, he's referred to as Sly's greatest pupil. Sly himself is regarded as the single greatest Nailmaster and the most proficient fighter in this art in the entire game, and thus Shio by association is immensely powerful too. However, this begs the question, why does Shio as Sly's greatest pupil rank below the less great pupils Oro and Motto? Well, the truth lies in the path Shio's life took after gaining his nail art mastery. As we learn, he had entirely abandoned conventional weaponry for the brush. And despite the Godmaster fight usually harkening back figures to a much more daunting or prime version of themselves, the fight with Shio has no nails in sight. He's equipped with a paintbrush. There's no indication that this brush is specifically enchanted or toxic, or even a weapon at all, so it sort of trivializes an encounter that's supposed to be adjacent to the legendary Sly himself. This is made further apparent through the prayer associated with Shio as a godly figure. Unlike the prayers related to Oro and Motto and even Sly, it speaks of Shio as a master of art. There's no mention of his godly status being linked to fighting, rather just good and pure intentions. The fight with Shio has him bashing us with a brush, and while trivial in concept, we do know he carries the fighting style of Sly with him as he does so, and just by association to the immensely powerful Sly that will be contextualized later down the list, combined with what we know of his physical strength, he still lays firmly as an immensely powerful force.
Imagine if I had a real weapon.
As the true historic great champion of the Colosseum, we have the aptly named God Tamer. At the end of the third and final trial, known as the Trial of the Fool, we can face the God Tamer right at the end of the most brutal trial. We're told the God Tamer is the veteran warrior of the Colosseum of Fools, fights by the side of creatures she has trained. Immediately giving context to her name, it's clear the God Tamer is more a wrangler of sorts than a gladiator. Her fighting style relies predominantly on commandeering her beast to do the heavy lifting. The nature of the beast is hard to know for certain, but we do know it's hulking in size, and may have been the reason she was able to overcome the Colosseum and rise above the others as its great champion. From gameplay cues, the beast has a far more varied fighting style than the one-dimensional jumping slash the Tamer can use, which gives us lore clues that the God Tamer draws a majority of her distinction through her inseparable beast. Our biggest clue, of course, isn't even the fight itself, but the event in which the God Tamer literally just gives up if we defeat the beast first, whereas the beast will continue fighting despite the God Tamer being dead. Unfortunately, there's not a lot to say for the God Tamer outside of the context that she reigns supreme as a veteran of the Colosseum. If we contextualize the nature of the specific trial she is the champion of, with shielded fools, primal aspids, armoured squits, mantis petras and soul twisters, it does draw a great distinction by these clues alone. There aren't any great details on the nature of the power of the beast outside of what we can see, and the clues for the God Tamer's power all point towards her tame subjects. So on these merits, it's most reasonable to place them above what we can assume are the greater threats of the trial, this being the Mantis Warriors and the highly intelligent spell users, the Soul Twisters. Entries with great achievements but a lack of information are always hard to position on a list like this, and thus the God Tamer places here with a pinch of salt. The Nosk remains one of the true boogeymen of the franchise, as we learn its entire purpose revolves around mimicking other creatures to lure its prey and eventually pounce on them. What makes the Nosk particularly interesting is that there is no definitive origin story to this being. This means there are no clues as to whether it's an ancient beast or something new. Aesthetically, it holds traits of three major factions: the Radiance through an infection sac at its stomach, the formless and changing nature of the Void, and geographical associations to the Deep Nest and thus the Weavers. Its description in the Hall of Gods tells us it waits patiently in a dark nest of predators. While the immediate relation can be made to Deep Nest, it's unclear as to what is meant by predators, as the Weaver race are far more than just predators. As we learn from Silksong, they are beyond just preying on beings for sustenance, capable of creating great kingdoms and societies through their association with Grandmother Silk, and the evolutionary sentience granted upon them by this deity. Another theory could point to the literal nature of the word Darknest in its description, potentially relating it to the Abyss, which would explain his void-like form, but again there are no indications of predator-prey dynamics here. In any case, and unfortunate for our dear knight, the Nosk does exist within Hallow's Nest in the contemporary world, and in truth may be a force of nature related to the variety of contentious factions within the region. A plausible theory could suggest it was born of the Void relative to the other vessels, but upon leaving would make a habit of consuming aspects of higher beings we already know have a tumultuous relationship with the Void. The Radiance through the infection evidenced by its stomach, and of course Grandmother Silk through its geographical location within the game itself. We get snippets of a variety of other vessels that have left the Void and sought to attempt their pilgrimage towards the Pale King. We know of the Broken Vessel, and of course we know of us, the Knight, and it's clear there are great differences to how the Void has affected the discarded vessels, and the Nosk may just be one of such a strange creation. However, unlike the broken vessel and more like the knight, the Nosk has found a way to survive the awful nature of contemporary Hallow's Nest. And while it can be argued it has succumbed to the Radiance's light as it utilises the volatile infection against us, nothing really suggests this to be the case, and there are far more cues to indicate the Nosk can do this on the virtue of its consumption of those who were in turn infected. In fact, its reign above not only the infected but also the Weavers of Deep Nest is memorialised in a unique fight with the Nosk in the Hall of the Gods known as the Wing Nosk, seemingly having grown large wings. How it obtained these wings may relate to its consumption and adoption of its victim's traits, not unlike its infectious sac. This also makes clear the version of the Nosk we meet here is a product of a much grander reign and the evolutionary zenith of this predator. And while clearly animalistic and non-sentient when compared to the more complex beings in the game, it's rare that we get a consolidation of so many different powers in one being. And while not the greatest of the sum of its parts, like the Radiance, the Weavers, or even the Void, stands as what is described as Hallow's Nest's most prolific and successful predator, and in the Hall of the Gods having adopted wings takes this even further. In this battle, it's able to use far more complex infectious attacks, and by sprite is somewhat larger in design, suggesting a growth associated with consumption, realising it in an almost metamorphosized form. And while there are a lot of gaps in the lore related to the Winged Nosk, and thus some degree of conservatism, it ranks here on the list. No Eyes was the result of a Kickstarter getting to add their own boss idea into the game. We learn from the designer of the boss that her backstory relates to a tragic tale of a knight who returned home during the height of the Radiance's infection, only to find her children had succumbed to its maddening effects, gouging her own eyes so that she did not have to witness her children, bringing an end to her life. However, as you'd imagine, this story would be somewhat changed due to its inherently dark themes and added into the game under the story of a dutiful knight who found herself helpless to the infection, only to strip herself of her eyes in an attempt to protect herself and her fellow bugs. While aspects of both stories could have some truth, when we battle No Eyes, it's clear the impact of her trauma and her life as a selfless knight would cause her to find solace amongst the spirits of other victims, taking on the form of an angel able to commandeer the spirits at will. As you'd expect, this fight is not against No Eyes herself, but the great amount of souls associated with No Eyes' story. As the primary threat during this fight are the souls, it's important to understand how potent and extensive these souls are. While we don't know for certain who or what the souls are of, there are indications that they were ordinary bugs that fell victim to the infection, or alternatively the souls of her children. Both point towards them being relatively weak, but potentially extremely expansive in numbers. In the lore, this battle is in many ways the navigation of No Eyes' trauma, a peek into the mind of a blind being haunted by the inevitability of the infection's many victims. The extent of these victims can be seen in the great number of souls enveloping the arena, something that could easily overwhelm anyone. We can never know for certain how powerful these apparitions are, but it's a good assessment to assume their power is linked to the Radiance due to the nature of their deaths. This combines to suggest the battle with No Eyes is a minefield of navigating the trauma of a selfless and unfulfilled hero made physical threat, and a great deal of the Radiance's lingering influence in the apparitions. However, dreams, while often accurately depicting the past memories of a certain individual, can also exemplify the trauma of one's mind too, or more accurately the perceived reality of the dreamer, and thus there is room to believe the fight with No Eyes is far greater than its physical elements, as in this arena we are a guest attempting to battle within the mind of a deeply traumatized dreamer, and thus this battle is more like trying to undo the trauma of what is likely the most disturbing and heart-wrenching stories in the entire series. Naturally, on a comparative level, this is immensely difficult to rank, but as the wildcard of this video, ranks here on the list. While there isn't a heap of information about Zero, we do know he used to be a renowned warrior of Hallow's Nest, renowned enough that he may have stood adjacent to even the Great Five Knights, often in direct communication with the Pale King himself. This isn't a surprise as Zero's strength is lauded and his social position as a bright figure of Hallow's Nest's warrior class made concrete due to his immense strength. Naturally, as the Radiance's infection began to spread throughout Hallow's Nest, he sought to utilise his primary asset, his strength, to fend off the infection, going on a holy crusade to battle the infection with physical force. This story is not dissimilar to that of Elder Hugh, but Zero's efforts are canonised much further than Hugh's. But much like Elder Hugh, his ravenous pursuit of killing the infected and thus the proximity to said infection would eventually catch up with him, and without knowing it, he too would become corrupted by the Radiance. In his corrupted form, his hunger for battles only worsened, eventually leading to a psychosis that would have him accusatory of many of his peers, eventually even accusing the Pale King. It's inferred in these final moments Zero would be one of a few beings to truly draw his blade against the king, an act that would spell his death, but an act that may paint the story of his final moments as having killed or successfully battled his way to the king's throne room. After his execution, we learn the Pale King would memorialise his treachery by granting him a tomb in the resting grounds, and if we invoke his spirit, we can face Zero in a dream battle. In this battle, as you'd expect, Zero is extremely one-dimensional. He is purely offensive with very little in the way of defence, once again to show his life as a bulldozer of strength above all else. Interestingly, his strength is shown to us through the use of a variety of nails, which may suggest his use and mastery over nails may be accredited to most of his successes. However, in the end, it's the story around his strength recognised by the Pale King, adjacent to even the Five Great Knights, and his final act of drawing his blade against the Pale King himself, that paints Zero as beyond similar stories such as that of Elder Hugh and other entries reliant entirely on strength, but below more detailed entries coming up on the list. As the most imposing automaton created by the Citadel to manage the territory, we have the fourth chorus. Automatons were all built with laborious purposes, and amongst all automatons, the most prominent were the four giants, aptly referred to as the choruses. We can meet it in the Far Fields, a place that was originally the home of the Scar tribe, filled with vegetation and a rich culture. This culture, of course, underpinned by the great songs and uniting force of Carmelita. More on Carmelita further down the list. However, as Carmelita aged, her influence waned and the encroaching haunt of Grandmother Silk's cocoon began to decimate the territory. We know it was only after these events that the fourth chorus would find its place in the Far Fields. How it found itself here is somewhat speculative, but clues from the in-game files, specifically the umbrella pins, relates it to the Citadel's betrayal of the seamstress, which also gives us the best idea as to why the fourth chorus existed in the first place, as it's inferred the fourth chorus was created with the sole purpose of slaying the seamstress. Tracking the seamstress down to the Far Fields, a great battle would occur, a war machine of the Citadel against the most elite needlemaster of Farloom. As you'd expect, the automaton charged by silkflies would meet a terrible demise as the seamstress would impale the machine, leaving it submerged in the Far Fields lava. And this is exactly where we meet the fourth chorus, and despite being a war machine designed by the Citadel, is clearly far past its prime, already succumbing to the lava of the Far Fields, and desperately clawing at us as it once had against the seamstress. Despite visually clearly having been decayed and burned heavily, true to its size, it's able to morph the territory with absolute ease, finding a unique use of the lava and terraforming the environment to collapse meteor-like stones down onto us. In many ways, the battle with the fourth chorus is everything the Father of the Flame was supposed to be, a truly animated massive totem, able to move, cast flames, and batter us with its huge arms, operated intricately by a conglomeration of silkflies with the sole purpose to inflict as much harm as possible, as was always intended for the machine itself. We know the Citadel deemed this automaton as worthy of taking down the seamstress, a feat we'll contextualise further for the Pinterest's respective entry. And we know by sheer scale the fourth chorus is without a doubt the largest in scale of all automatons created by the architects of the Citadel, and while heavily disabled due to failing to defeat the seamstress, can in its new form take advantage of the tumultuous environment of the far fields, one of the more disastrous regions of the game, and thus the fourth chorus ranks here on the list. So far, we've spoken about the automatons of the Citadel constructed for laborious duties and at times specific tasks, often as war machines or bona fide guardians. However, the second Sentinel proves that the architects of the Citadel had capabilities far beyond one-dimensional machinery. The description of the second Sentinel reads, "Cogwork Knight of Farloom, once protector of its pilgrims and master of the Scissorblade. The talent and intelligence of this construct goes far beyond others I have witnessed. They seem less built as a tool to serve than an attempt at life itself." Why these particular Cogwork Knights were built by the architects of the Citadel to maintain sentience is not mentioned within the lore, but may relate to their far more dynamic duty of navigating and protecting pilgrims who sought to make the journey to the Citadel. As we know, the dangers of each route is incredibly dynamic with a wide array of enemies and challenges even during the height of the Citadel's rule. Of course, we also learned they were created by the first architect and were of the first Cogwork automatons, which could mean this attempt at creating new life, while clearly having succeeded, may have posed ethical issues between the Sentinels, as their duties became far more oppressive in retaining the Citadel's influence amidst the growing incredible class antagonisms. We know the second Sentinel, as its name would suggest, was one of 5. We know this as the arena's background for the second Sentinel fight has the remnants of 4 other beings. What happened to the others isn't mentioned for certain, but may be linked to the degradation of the Citadel after the Weavers had left and the Haunt had re-emerged. We also know the dangers surrounding the Citadel were no doubt made markedly more dangerous due to both the haunting, but also the new conditions of the surrounding tribes. Nevertheless, one Sentinel did remain, and if we construct the Cogheart, a sort of mechanism that grounded its sentience and life, it awakens and continues to protect the Citadel. As one of the few enemies we can witness fighting other enemies in the game, it's clear the second Sentinel can make quick work of a variety of beings through the game, proving once again why the Sentinels were dutied with the protection of pilgrims altogether. Eventually, the second Sentinel can be traced to a secret room, having been affected by the Haunt, and now a threat for us to reckon with. In many ways, this battle is a battle with the perfected skill set of all Cogwork creations, bar the special cases such as that of the Cogwork Dancer. More on them very soon. Why this is the case is that the second Sentinel has some of the largest array of varied attacks in the game, including combos, power blades, scissor strikes, flight, and parries too. The gameplay is clearly harkening back to the history of the Sentinels, having been the first of the Cogwork creations and likely the most attentively designed automatons by the first architect, told to have been the most meticulous of them all. They were tasked with the protection of not only the Citadel but also the pilgrims far and wide, and no doubt their strength would have to represent the absolute best of the Citadel's technology, a masterwork of the Citadel's advancements in automation. And while much larger and daunting machines have been made, such as that of the fourth chorus previously spoken of, all details about the Sentinels' history clear them as far more technologically advanced, and their retained agency combined with representing the greatest and most complex design, on top of having been created with the purpose of being defensive figures, places them at the height of the tradition, and here on the list. Traballo is described as a thespian who held the belief that Farloom could be saved from its throes of death through great performance. While quite nonsensical as a concept, we do know music was integral to the governance of the Citadel after the conductors were left in charge. There is even well-grounded context that his constant pursuit of a dazzling performance may be the reason he was able to avoid the haunting too, and thus not entirely unfounded that he believed if others joined him in his performance, they could outright deflect the haunting curse altogether. We can initially encounter the ordinary Traballo at the stage southwest of the Whispering Vaults. As you'd expect, we find him in the midst of a performance, and the battle has us navigating his set piece. A set piece so violently passionate, many died sharing the stage with him, as described by his journal entry. It's not entirely surprising this has become a death field either, as we learn his movements are so vigorous he's able to call upon literal tornadoes. Amongst this too, he has clearly become both performer, producer and stage master all in one, as the visual effects of his performance have transformed into violent traps throughout the arena, adding an extra layer of threat too. However, as indicated by the title card for Traballo, this isn't even his most powerful form, as if we defeat him in Act 2, we can find him again in Act 3. This time his optimism and any form of harm reduction involved with his first fight has gone completely out of the window. In this new battle, he dons a new form, clearly resonating with an energy beyond what we originally knew him for. It's not said for certain what he is channeling, but the journal does indicate that the Void's emergence has caused him to accept the power that is collapsing the world and embracing it for himself. A dance of repulsion now turned a dance of attraction, indicating he is now empowered by the Void, a far greater power than all other higher beings, as we will learn. However, unlike some beings of the Void like the previously spoken of Savior Champion or even the Collector, he's not natural to the Void and has just accepted it. His journal suggesting his dance, once one of preserving life, is now a song of the world collapsing. In his abilities, his tornadoes now burst with explosions and his attacks enriched with far more volatility. When we combine these new characteristics with the knowledge that his dances, even before becoming tormented, were powerful enough to generate literal tornadoes that have claimed various lives and fended off the threads of Grandmother Silk's haunt, Traballo on pure volatility ranks here on the list. As one of the two true weavers we can battle within the game, the Widow was quite different to her contemporaries. In fact, she's sort of the exact opposite of what the other weaver we can fight is, as despite the First Sinner's rebellion against Grandmother Silk and the rise of a faction that would become distrustful of Grandmother Silk and eventually lead to its entombment, the Widow is still a servant to the higher being. It's unclear if the Widow was initially aligned to the other weavers or faithful to Grandmother Silk throughout. We don't know if she was left behind after their exodus or brought back to forcefully serve, but what we do know is she is still in Farloom and is currently forced into loyalty with Grandmother Silk by having needles punctured into her spine, cutting off her own silk supply, forcing her to weave through music, the higher being Silk, spreading its malicious presence through Farloom as the Haunting to reclaim hegemony. When we meet the Widow, she refers to the weavers that left Farloom as those who dared to leave, which does suggest the forced nature of her alignment to Grandmother Silk. In this form, her entire identity has been taken from her mask torn from her face, and her silk bound through impalement, but despite these wounds, fights us on behalf of Grandmother Silk. The fight with the Widow is a hard one to rank, as despite being a first generation weaver and thus commanding a power we'll contextualize further in the First Sinner's entry, she has clearly been stripped of a lot of what makes weavers powerful, especially the weavers who are empowered by silk runes. Again, we'll contextualize this in the First Sinner's entry. We know first generation weavers had the exceptional and inherent ability to channel the higher power of Grandmother Silk. While this will be contextualized further in the First Sinner's and Grandmother Silk's entry, this may be related to the fact that Grandmother Silk was extremely selective when disseminating her divine powers to the residents of Farloom, rather than the more agnostic and liberal approach employed by both the Pale King and the Radiants, and thus granting them powers far closer to the source of their strength. However, what we're left with in The Widow from a gameplay perspective is a grievously wounded first-generation weaver that can only use 2 talents to desperately claim our life, and weaves Grandmother Silk's threads not to attack us directly, but to drop bells on us, taking advantage of the environment. But the gameplay may not tell the full story, as we do know, despite not using the power of Grandmother Silk's threads in the fight itself, from a lore-based perspective she may be the primary reason the haunting is spreading through Farloom, as she is the one conducting its spread, which in itself suggests in a battle she could by all means turn the haunting into a direct form of offense against us. In this, she is one of a few beings that can directly command the power of a higher being, not dissimilar to those that use the Radiance's true light, but unlike say Elder Hugh, she was born and empowered directly from a higher being, and there's room to suggest this first generation affinity, despite lacking her own Silk, gave her great control over Grandmother Silk's power in proxy, and if we weigh her own debilitated form, but consider the aforementioned affinity, she comes together to rank here on the list. What initially appears to be a living conductor, beings left in charge of the Citadel's operations after the Weavers had left Farloom to seek a new heir to Grandmother Silk, we actually learn that Unraveled is nothing but a husk of this great conductor, and is more than anything a living reanimation of the countless husks left discarded after the surgeons of Whiteword sought to use Silk to extend life, so that the lower class bugs could remain in service to the Citadel beyond their natural lives. Naturally, as we know the nature of Silk's properties and the effects of haunting, these experiments came with great mutations. These mutations would be thrown into a pit discarded and forgotten long after the Weavers had left. Amongst them is the mantle of a conductor, this of course being Conductor Mizzello. The Hunter's Journal reads, "Tormented will of countless husks made manifest in a pit of silk dregs." We get further information that the souls of the victims would be so plenty, and the silk that entrenched their lives so vast, that the site is far beyond cleansing, indicating it may be the largest concentration of haunted souls in the entire region. As we enter the pit, the Unraveled emerges as a huge concentration of silken souls and charges at us with malicious intent. Quantifying the challenge of this battle from a lore-based perspective relies entirely on the context that this may be the most prevalent aspect of haunting in the entire game. Haunting, of course, powered by Grandmother Silk's direct power and influence, not unlike the Radiance's infection. Unsurprisingly, a large section of its repertoire has to do with Silk itself, turning the environment drenched in silk into a minefield and commanding them as if it were just a part of the being itself, which in many ways is the case as it is made entirely up of the same stuff. Haunt is an incredibly potent aspect of power, and while we've only spoken of Haunt in small parts related to beings such as the Widow commanding it herself, in many ways the Unraveled is a fight with pure Haunt itself, or at least the closest thing to it. There are many theories that also suggest the reason Haunt is different to Silk is that Haunt is actually the effect Silk has to the soul, a sort of combination of two things, the Silk literally changing the properties of soul into a more volatile thing altogether. The Hunter's Journal tells us, the soul of so many bugs, obsessed with Silk, consumed by it, drawing this connection much closer. As we learn from the Soul Master, but also the First Sinner's entry, both Soul and Silk as individual things are immensely powerful. The combination of both at such a high concentration no doubt synthesize into a much greater force altogether. The Mantis Lords, more than most of the factions, have some of the more unique aspects to their lore in the game due to their retained culture despite the efforts of the Pale King in unifying the lands as one under Hallow's Nest. However, the history of how the Mantis tribe found themselves coexisting with the naturally belligerent Pale King is wrapped with many layers of context, and even a schism amongst the tribe itself, so let's start from the top. The Mantis tribe pre-existed most recorded civilizations, potentially sharing adjacency and origins in ancient civilizations too. Unlike many other ancient civilizations, the Mantis tribe were able to retain their hegemony in the region, most likely accountable to the culture of warriors that formed around its society. Their social structure and all forms of social mobility were inherently linked to how well one could prove themselves as warriors. Younglings of this society were groomed early in their lives to prove themselves as warriors as they progressed into adulthood or alternatively died trying. This mentality meant their society was filled to the brim with an expansive, illegible military force, something that would prove crucial in their first acts of preservation as the borders of their land faced the Deep Nest. The Deep Nest, another great society made up of the Spider tribe and the Weavers, notably Hera, a true-to-life first-generation Weaver empowered in evolution by Grandmother Silk. Naturally, conflict between both isolated factions would come to a head, and the Mantis tribe would enlist their forces and lords to stand guard against their territorial aggressions, something that proved to be incredibly effective. However, as we learn, eventually the Pale King would arrive born from a dead worm, seeking to unify the entire region under the banner of Hallow's Nest. As the Pale King gained influence and built Hallow's Nest, the Mantis tribe, now facing threats from both sides, knew they had to act fast. However, instead of over-encumbering their forces with a two-sided conflict, the Mantis Lords struck a deal with the Pale King. They assured the Pale King of the threat of Deep Nest and negotiated a mutual territorial divide where they asked for independence and sovereignty in exchange for security against the Deep Nest. The Pale King, recognizing the strength of the Mantis tribe and the threat of Deep Nest, agreed, likely seeing a war against the Mantis tribe and eventually the Deep Nest as one that would cause deep scars. For the greatest time, the Mantis tribe and the Pale King held up their end of the bargain. If we approach the Mantis Lords from the Deep Nest, we can actually witness the mountain of corpses indicated to have been created by the Mantis tribe during this period. This treaty, of course, would come to an end as the second wave of the infection of the Radiants began to afflict Hallow's Nest. The Mantis tribe, however, were unaffected by this, which may be due to their unwavering asceticism, allowing them to self-regulate and control their own minds far greater than the denizens of Hallow's Nest. Despite this, the Mantis tribe saw the maddening effects the infection had on Hallow's Nest and would garner an antagonism toward all those who were infected by it. Of course, we will soon discuss the nature of the Mantis traitor in its own entry and the modern schism of their society. The Mantis tribe proper and the lords associated would continue to live as they were, fending off both Deep Nest and now the infected Hallow's Nest as they maintain sovereignty of their own domain. This is where we can find them. 3 Mantis Lords remain at the head of their civilization, a civilization that seems to have been unaffected by the Radiance's infection in all areas. As we go up against the 3 Lords, we face what is described by Quirrell as a warrior class of beings that surpassed even the standard Hallow's Nest had come to inhabit. In a battle, they utilize large lances and are able to swiftly move around the arena with ease. The arena is built perfectly for them as we are fighting in their domain, a place where they have become very accustomed to challenges. The strength of the Mantis Lord is of course tied down to their defences against the Deep Nest, but also the extremely rare times the Pale King himself, with all of his belligerent tendencies, would accept diplomacy and coexistence. The Deep Nest is filled with the Spider tribe and other nasty beasts even the Hunter makes note of. The Weavers in particular are immensely powerful, being responsible for the birth of even the Great Hornet through the Great Spider Queen Hera, first coming to sapience from the direct power of Grandmother Silk. In any case, the mountain of corpses beside the Mantis Lord is testament to their strength, and there are reasonable theories to assume the corpses may be directly related to the Mantis Lords themselves, rather than the entire Mantis tribe as they lay close to the throne room. The description of the Mantis Lords tells us of how they outlasted all other ancient civilizations, and interestingly, in the contemporary game, it seems they are even outlasting Hallow's Nest too. As we know, these achievements are solely related to how great their warrior class was, and then going by the description of the Lords being given authority on the merit of strength alone, and then understanding these Mantis Lords as their greatest representations, the Mantis Lords rank here on the list. In Hollow Knight 1, we know some of the greatest warriors were the Nail Masters, led by the immensely powerful Nail Master Sly. Farloom, however, had no use for nails, for they saw value in needles, their regional weapon of choice. Naturally, much like nails, needle mastery would also be immensely influential in the game, and none other carried the mantle of needle mastery than the fabled pinstresses. The pinstress tradition, as according to the pin badge, were designated to the true blade masters of Farloom and known for their immense speed and dexterity. While originally a part of a larger cohort, the Pinstresses would eventually be whittled down to just 2 members, the Pinstress herself and the Seamstress. We don't know exactly what happened to their sisters, with theories relating them to the Stillkin in Bilewater and even betrayal by the Citadel. More on this betrayal soon. In dialogue, Pinstress suggests her sisters, while few in numbers, had gained such great talent that the Citadel actually called upon them to teach in the way of the needle. Something quite telling, as the ego of the Citadel's bureaucracy seldom showed such unconditional humility. The Pinstresses would share their teachings, and it suggested the Weavers and Spider-kind would become renowned for their use of needles only through the teachings granted upon them by the Pinstresses. And while not many Weavers remain, we can indeed fight a Weaver known as the First Sinner, who does in fact make full use of a needle skill set with immense talent, all of course pointing to this talent relating to the Pinstresses' teachings. However, that isn't to say a large display of skill isn't shown in the battle with the Pinstress itself, as it is one of the most unique and most varied fights in the entire game, where the Pinstress has access to a wide range of attacks not dissimilar to Hornet herself, and then some. Making use of a tool belt, quick dashes, aerial plunges, precision strikes, the ability to float, a leap, a teleport, and the ability to parry the player, it plays as if we are on a very equal playing field in this fight, pushing the narrative that we are indeed against a power that can stand toe-to-toe with the greater Nail Masters of the first game too. To supplement this thought, much like the Nail Masters, the Pinstress can also grant us a unique attack known as the Needle Strike, a charged attack essential to any playthrough's core repertoire. While the Pinstress, unlike the Nail Masters, were greater in numbers historically, we do know all of the other Pinstresses were turned on by the Citadel, suggesting the remaining Pinstress stood out as powerful enough to fend off the attacks and remain alive, clearing her ability as greater than even her peers. Something no doubt honed further since the moment of that betrayal too. As a final note, and of course to return to what was mentioned in the 4th chorus's entry, we learn the 4th chorus, despite being a giant automaton acting as a great bastion of the Citadel's remaining influence, would be tasked with slaying the Pinstress's equal, the Seamstress. The Seamstress would make quick work of the 4th chorus, bringing the entire machine down and burying it in lava. As we know, the Seamstress was equal to her sister, the Pinstress, during her life as a warrior, again elevates the Pinstress too. All in all, she firmly stands not dissimilar to the Masters of Nail, with a few extra caveats. An outcast of the Scar tribe, Gur is an incredibly adept hunter, with a wide variety of expertise in many arts, from making use of traps, stealthily traversing Farloom, and striking prey in extremely swift and elaborate ways. It's not said exactly why Gur is referred to as an outcast of the Scar tribe, but environmental clues suggest this may be due to his choice to one day hunt down a Last Claw, the elite soldier that represented Carmelita's elite guards. However, the Last Claws weren't to be his only victims, as we can also find prized hunts from a variety of areas within the game too, from the Craws and the Rakers in Greymore, and even the Grand Reed of the Citadel. What's interesting about all of these trophied hunts is that they all represent the most elite class of non-boss enemies in their respective areas. We spoke about the Last Claw representing Carmelita's most decorated guards, but we also know the Grand Reeds were the Citadel's most elite guards too. They're directly described as high-standing insects of the choir, and how they were far beyond the power of their peers, their power often acting as the closest representation of the true weavers that have since abandoned the Citadel. It's great when the game gives us these direct lore-relevant notes, as we can at least say for certain he was far more powerful than even the best elite soldiers of each respective territory. However, as we approach Farloom, Gur sets his sights on us, seeing within us the heritage of the Pale King, and thus a trophy to eclipse all of his other hunts. In Act 3, if we make our way through his traps and follow his trail, we can finally confront Gur in his lair, and as you'd expect, he is one of the most dynamic fighters in the entire game. Singing true to his description as a master of the undergrowth, he uses the vegetation of the area in perfect harmony, and can take advantage of a large assortment of traps, spikes, and skillful stabs. The fact that we fight Gur in an area he has likely designed perfectly to act as our tomb, skillfully mending the area to be a death trap for the Hornet, it's one of a few instances we have to really account for the arena in the boss battle strength, as it is in many ways an extension of what Gur was and how powerful he became. When we combine this with the clear notes that Gur was second to absolutely no one in using traps and navigating foliage, and then the clear notes as having been physically far superior to most elite traditions of Farloom, combined with his position as potentially only second to Carmelita in strength within the Scar tribe, and the added context that unlike his Scar kin, his momentum and ability to defend himself have staved off the effects of the haunting, despite residing within Farloom, comparatively the battle with Gur in his perfect element is a far greater threat than a majority of other warrior class bugs within the game. The Weaver's hegemony in the region and creation of the Citadel with its own religious bureaucracy was extremely all-encompassing and inherently quite belligerent. Many regions and races of bugs were forced under Grandmother Silk's tutelage for this very reason. However, much like the cultists of the thickets and even Shellwood, the Craws are spoken of as both being a very ancient civilization and thus predating the Citadel, but also of a society controlled wholly by themselves under the authority of a lordly figure, this of course being the Crawfather. While this may be accounted to how insular their society is, we do know they are a deeply righteous species and inherently hardened for fighting on moral grounds, and may have persisted through outright defensive measures, something reinforced by the dialogue context that the Craws often picked out pilgrims, clearly showing active antagonisms towards the Citadel. We can also find ourselves on the wrong end of their moral indignation, as in Act 3, after the Void has begun its consumption of Farloom, the Craws set their sights on us, as they deem our actions responsible for the destruction of Farloom. If we enter the Court of Craws, we are granted an audience with the Crawfather and the Craws' judicial system. In this battle, we learn behind their strong moral conviction was a deep warrior class of beings, steel-plated beaks to act as tools of impalement, and flight that allowed them to easily maneuver while doing so. But the most important aspect of the Craws in general is their intelligence. We learned they are one of a few species that had their own distinct language and even literature. This heightened intelligence also put them in such a mentally unique position that the haunting and the influence of Grandmother Silk's presence had absolutely no effect either individually or as a society to them, as despite showing signs of haunting, they operate far beyond the hollowed state of their bug peers. In the game's world, outside of the dream sequences, the lords of existing civilizations are far past their prime. Carmelita brought to a husk due to the haunting, Nyleth dead and buried, and the Green Prince left picking up the pieces of Verdania. However, the Crawfather seems, despite the contemporary desolate conditions of Farloom, to still be in his prime, casting an incredibly unique position to the Crawfather and explaining why the Craws are described as both an ancient civilization but also a dominant one even in the modern age. There are naturally some missing notes on the Crawfather's specific and individual distinctions in comparison to other bosses, but the combined context of heightened intelligence, the distinction of the Craws as a great knightly order that outlasted various other factions, and the fact that we fight the Lord and Prime Ruler of the Craws places the Crawfather here on the list. Unlike many of the other beings dutied with maintaining the Citadel's influence, the Last Judge is not an automaton. Despite his appearance, he is an ordinary bug. Originally a far less intimidating being, the Last Judge and subsequently all Judge-type enemies were once all squirms, an incredibly weak and frail bug that is described as living in darkness and holding a deep potential to form into a far greater being. These greater beings are known as the Judges, far more fierce enemies with an exoskeleton easily mistaken for the armoured characteristics of the automatons. We learn in the early days the Judges were regarded as occupying some of the upper echelons of the Citadel's knightly order, referred directly as Gilded Guardians, tasked with eliminating the sinful, particularly sinful pilgrims who sought the Citadel. In that very description, we learn they were some of the most prolific killers in the Citadel, their territory marked with countless dead pilgrims, enough so that their bodies were strewn all across the blasted steps leading to the Grand Gate. However, one judge in particular would gain a notoriety that would distinguish him far beyond his gilded kin, this of course being the Last Judge. It's worth noting the last prefix is not to indicate he's the last remaining one, as we know he definitely isn't, but rather and more likely reference his position as the final test that awaits all pilgrims at the Grand Gate. We get more context from his description, which reads, "The final arbiter of the blasted steps, tasked to ensure only the sinless ever step beyond the Grand Gate." It goes on to tell us this huge judge likely stood through countless generations, never defeated, never wavering in their charge, implying he had served as this final arbiter since the early days of the Citadel, and more importantly never faced defeat despite this huge tenure. This is important as the Citadel, while claiming early hegemony in the region, was still surrounded by a variety of powerful factions that saw the emergence of the Citadel's control as inherently oppressive. It's not hard to imagine, especially in these early days, that the Last Judge faced countless threats from the wider region, from the Scar tribe, cultists, and even Shellwood. However, the most telling part of the Last Judge's power is of course the fight itself. Despite being a non-mechanical being, its size is absolutely huge, 4 or 5 times larger than even Hornet. And even if we discount size, the Last Judge is armed with a large bell that can produce huge flame arcs with distinct control, indicating years of mastery over a fighting style not seen anywhere else in the game. The fact that its primary weapon is a bell plays well into the symbolism of the Citadel's religious orthodoxy and the importance of music in its governance, but also reverence towards Grandmother Silk herself, suggesting the Last Judge was an incredibly important figure to the Citadel's religious structure and a true projection of the Citadel's religious influence and militarization. Furthermore, we learn the fire is far more than just an enhancement to his weapon, as even when defeated, the Last Judge can erupt into a large self-destructive blast. Narratively, it signifies the power within the Last Judge was immensely volatile and overwhelming, and reinforcement that there is truth in the Last Judge's claim to have never been defeated, and subsequently standing as the Citadel's first and arguably most important line of defense, ranking here on the list. If you missed the Mantis Lord entry, I urge you to go back for the leading context to the Traitor Lord. To pick up where we left off, we learn the Mantis tribe, upon the infection's control over Hallow's Nest, would come under contention as one particular Mantis Lord saw the infection not as an inherently negative thing. Instead, he saw it as a means of empowering himself further, and despite being quite resilient against the infection's spread, would, on his own volition, choose to allow the infection into his body. Why he chose to do this has a few theories attached to it, but the most plausible may be due to the loss of his daughter at the hands of the infection within Hallow's Nest. As we learn, the Traitor Lord's daughter would frequent Hallow's Nest and often leave the Mantis tribe's territory, eventually building a relationship with Hallow's Nest's bona fide Great Five Knights. The Traitor Lord likely blamed Hallow's Nest for his daughter's demise and thus sought to exact vengeance upon the nation. However, by this point the Pale King had disappeared, and looking for the next logical step, the Traitor Lord would set his eyes upon the White Lady, the Pale King's wife, and the matron of Hallow's Nest. However, getting to the White Lady was no easy feat, as she was protected by one of the territory's greatest knights, this of course being Dryer. The Traitor Lord was unable to convince his lordly peers of this mission, and would only accrue limited support for this act, and instead sought power through a different means, a means linked intimately to what he knew has already become Hallow's Nest's undoing, this of course being the Radiance infection. Willingly submitting himself to the infection alongside his troop of followers, he would become heavily empowered by it. However, the Mantis tribe and the other lords saw the traitor's actions as deeply abhorrent and cast the Traitor Lord out of the Mantis tribe proper. Settling within a few feet away from Dryer and the White Lady, the Traitor Lord would gather the power of the infection, causing himself and his peers to grow immensely in size. Gaining new abilities and growing 2 large talons on each hand, in this moment he had far exceeded what it meant to be a Mantis Lord. We aren't told the successes the Traitor Lord had against Dryer. There are indications that Dryer successfully fended off the Traitor Lord, but we do know Dryer would eventually succumb to the assault from the traitors and would die either in grievous wounds or directly at the hands of the traitor, the latter being less plausible as the goal of killing the White Lady was never fulfilled, assuming the Traitor Lord was never privy to Dryer having been killed. Regardless, we can find the Traitor Lord in the Queen's Garden, and he immediately points his talons towards us in a maddened rage, likely induced by the effects of the infection. In this battle, he can utilize a far greater array of attacks than the Mantis Lords, able to dash, dive, sweep with its glaive, and cause mass damage by pounding the ground. This suggests, despite the increased size, the mobility and finesse of the Mantis tribe remained well within the Traitor Lord. As we learned earlier, those who fight against the infection often gather the worst excesses of its transformation. Alternatively, those who embrace it are often granted a much more utilitarian version of the infection, which again may explain why the infection empowered the Traitor Lord as much as it had. With all this being said, if we fuse together the power we know of the Mantis Lord and then embellish it with the empowering nature of the infection and the knowledge he may have been responsible in dealing grievous wounds to one of the greatest knights in Hallow's Nest, the Traitor Lord soars to this position on the list. As a living remnant of a warrior tribe of an age since gone, the Watcher at the Edge takes us back to a time the Sands of Karak were dominated by a warrior king. The Sands of Karak used to be a place filled with coral, and at the centre of the region was a large coral tower, where water originated and gave life to the region. From this, many beings were born, and at the height of their power was a tyrannical warrior lord known as Crust King Khan. More on Khan in his respective entry. But Khan's rule mandated strength, as their socio-economic ladder was predicated on one's ability to fight and fend for themselves. The pacifistic bugs of this domain were often on the peripheries of society for this very reason. Naturally, a great knightly discipline would emerge. From this, the Karaka were born. Their journal tells us the core member of a powerful order, trained and faithful. Theirs was a kingdom of warriors, one built upon their blades, affirming their distinction as a warrior class amongst others, but also their society's place in the world sown through warfare rather than more diplomatic means. We learn from the Nidalee dialogue that once Grandmother Silk began her belligerent project to dominate Farloom as a single hegemonic force, most societies either bargained or conceded, and amongst the ones that fought back, the Karak people were the final bastion to fend off Grandmother Silk's belligerence with brute force. So successful was their campaign, the Snail Shaman suggests they not only withstood Grandmother Silk's transgressions, but dominated half of Farloom, making their society equal literally to one empowered by a higher being, purely through grit and the skill of ordinary bugs. They are, without a shred of doubt, the single most powerful society in Farloom that may have stood equal or even greater than the Citadel. Naturally, parallels will be drawn between the Scar tribe and the Karak, but dialogue makes clear even the Scar tribe did not forcefully hold as much territory as the Karak. If we discount the warrior king himself, at the height of this power were the Watchers, the literal front line between other regions and the sands of Karak itself. So fierce was their loyalty, they would stand guard despite the turbulence of Karak's weather and sandstorms. We learned their region would eventually succumb not to Grandmother Silk, but rather the nature of their geography and climate. Because of frequent sandstorms, water resources dwindled quickly, and a majority of the Karak people, and even Khan, would succumb to said conditions. Despite this, one member remained, a single, incredibly talented watcher who stood the test of time and lay dormant at Karak's border, waiting and standing guard of a civilization he may not even know has been rendered entirely obsolete. If we play the Nidalee, we can unravel his sandy tomb, and he battles us as the greatest living representation of a warrior civilization that faced off against a higher power to critical success. In this battle, the Watcher relies entirely on his physical skill, carrying a great blade of the Karak and, as his journal entry suggests, swinging their blade with remarkable ease. Seldom do we get such descriptions about one's fighting ability told to us so openly through the context of journals, really solidifying the nature of the Karak tribe's ability to fight, but more importantly how the Watcher was exemplary even when compared to his contemporaries. From a defensive and resilient standpoint, we know the Watcher at the Edge was able to withstand the torrent of extreme weather, something not even Cross King Khan was able to withstand. Again, showing amongst the Karak tribe, this specific Watcher was beyond a class of warriors told to have been the final society to forcefully push back against the Citadels and Grandmother Silk's advances. Most societies that existed alongside the Citadel, such as Shellwood and Vidania, did so through diplomatic means. We know Shellwood's presumed power through Nyleth alone meant the Citadel conceded territory. However, unlike Shellwood, its inferred Karak was forcefully advanced upon, no doubt due to their choice to relinquish any diplomacy, likely due to their nature as fighters above all else, and eventually they faced the Citadel head-on. While most fell to the power of Grandmother Silk and the Citadel, there is no indication Karak was ever defeated, as their fate was undone by purely natural forces instead, precisely why the needle indicates they were the final society to stand against Grandmother Silk. The Watcher at the Edge, lesser only to Cross King Khan as a representative of what is likely the greatest concentration of fighters, ranks far above other elite warriors, but with the caveat that the sandstorms have clearly damaged its shell and potentially weakened the knight, ranks here as the second greatest warrior of the greatest warrior tribe across both games. Zod's origins are a matter of debate within the community, with some arguing his origins are from within the Void and thus is a sibling to the protagonist, and other more plausible theories relating to him having originated from the lands beyond Hallow's Nest. For this list, however, speculation isn't needed, as we know despite wherever he came from, he isn't a representative of any great fighting class or tribe, as he is more than anything a deeply disappointing figure with a pretty harsh childhood, likely being forced into a mould set by his father despite lacking the talents to do so. We can find Zoe in various problematic predicaments, being defeated by literally everything and when saved, even taking credit for our actions, playing into both his boastful ego and his extreme incompetence. We of course get a first-hand account of this when we battle him in the Colosseums as the final boss of the first trial. Lore and gameplay often have divergence, but everything about the fight with Zoe plays into his lore. In a battle, he is the only boss that deals absolutely zero damage and can literally never be lost to. It's indicated this is a mix of two things, firstly his frail characteristics, but also his use of a shellwood nail. By all metrics, Zoe is the weakest boss in the entire game. However, we can fight an altered version of Zoe known as the Grey Prince. He is described in this form as a figment of an obsessed mind, and can only be fought within a dream sequence. This battle is far more difficult from a gameplay perspective, relieving any former doubt about the Zote's claim to greatness. This shift, of course, is best explored through what it means to fight Zote in this form. In this dream sequence, we know we aren't fighting Zote as he truly is, but what Bretta, a figure that was fed claims by Zote with an attentive and trusting ear, believes him to be. Zoe is incredibly delusional about his strength in the game proper. This delusion isn't trickery or an attempt to mislead, rather a genuine belief in himself that he is far greater than his physical components would suggest. And as he sings his own praises to Bretta, Bretta creates a version of Zoe far beyond Zote's true physical limits. He genuinely believes himself to be a great hero, a hero who has defeated many, and a hero that deserves a position amongst the pantheon of gods. And as we know, dream sequences happen within the mind of the dreamer, we are in this moment not fighting Zote as we know him, rather going up against the size of his ego in Bretta's head, manifested into a physical fight. Of course, that isn't to say someone delusional enough to think of themselves as an omnipotent god will culminate into an omnipotent god in the dream world, as the limits of one's mind and true belief of others as something they are not, alongside genuine memories, play a part in what form a dream takes. But there is plausible room to believe the Grey Prince of Bretta's headcanon is one of the greater fights due to Zote's delusions of grandeur, a state of delusion no other boss or character in the game can even physically get themselves to truly believe about themselves. In this form, Zote has a wide array of attacks from flails, spawning Zotelings, slamming with the power of the void, leaping with ease, and even summoning upon explosive, volatile sprites. And while we are only made privy to some of the conversations had between Zote and Bretta, we do know amongst the tall tales he does throw in some nonsensical claims too. Claims likely related to some of his absurd great precepts that would no doubt dampen the image of Zote as the Grey Prince in Bretta's headcanon. And thus, with all this being said, from the ego of Zote to the reality of his being, he ranks firmly as quite high on the list. A false image of a knight to stand amongst even the greater knights of Hallow's Nest, brought to life by an easily misled dreamer. The Hive Knight gives us a chance to look into one of the most unique environments within the game. The Hive, as you'd expect, are inhabited by a bee species, historically governed by their prime monarch, Hive Queen Vesper. During the Pale King's initial attempts at unifying Hallow's Nest, he came into contention with the existing faction of the Hive, likely fearful of the individual sapience promised by the Pale King, a sapience that would go against their hive mind mentality that governed their society thus far. It's thus no surprise the Hive would choose to be a heavily isolationist species, living in a separate colony far outside the influence of Hallow's Nest. As Hallow's Nest came to dominance, they resorted to sealing up their territory, fearing the belligerence of the Pale King. Crucial to the Hive is of course their warrior class. Just like in real life, bees had jobs, and an important part of their self-preservation was the emergence of airborne knights trained in utilising their stingers to great efficiency. From the second game, we learn Vesper, the Queen of the Hive, was responsible for training our protagonist from Silksong, Hornet, suggesting the fighting style native to the Hive were far beyond most. And while I won't ruin Hornet's respective entry, it does give an idea of the exemplary nature of the bees native to the Hive. This also helps us understand why the Pale King would not encroach upon the Hive's presence in the region, despite their antagonisms towards Hallow's Nest, and unlike the Mantis, didn't even strike some sort of deal to keep both factions at a state of peace. The Pale King clearly saw expansion into the Beehive as a bad decision, of course mostly because of their territory being sealed off, but according to descriptions, the collective strength of the bees too, a collective strength brought further by their hive minds. The Hive Knight clearly represents this collective power in himself, as the battle shows that he is able to command hivelings and warp the honeyed environment to attack the player. He embellishes this with the warrior fighting style native to the area, and in this moment represents the Hive as a whole in one boss. In many ways, you aren't just fighting a single boss, you're fighting the Hive and their history as warriors alongside the power of Queen Vesper. His fighting style is swift and moves so quickly he can seemingly vanish, all the while brandishing a stinger and swiftly utilising it to destroy the player. But it's ultimately the context that Vesper herself was the primary trainer for Hornet that makes him far more powerful than other entries with similar traits. As we will learn in Hornet's entry, her skill with her stinger-like weapon made her an immensely powerful demigod, and by adjacency suggests Vesper was equally and if not more skilled than the Hornet. It's not uncommon for others to suggest Hornet's stance is that of a great warrior or that she has a natural knack to fighting, playing well into how intense and enriching Vesper's training regimen must have been, and ultimately suggesting the Hive Knight, second only to Vesper, to potentially be on par with Hornet herself in fighting abilities, only lesser to Hornet on the virtue of her heritage as a demigod. As the only true member of the 5 Great Knights that we can actually battle, the Dung Eater, or more accurately Ogrim, is said to have been the most loyal of the 5. The 5 Great Knights are of course most known as the stalwart round table of heroes that acted as Hallow's Nest's prime protectors. Their stories were vast and achievements firm enough that the records of their successes as a group were etched into Hallow's Nest's history. Of course, of their most prominent successes, nothing was as symbolic as the Great Battle of the Black Worm. This war is a tough one to decode as speculation naturally runs rife. Some argue the war was related to the invasion of another worm that either preceded or succeeded the original Pale Worm that would birth the Pale King. Naturally, as the worm is the source of the Pale King's power and thus the sentience of Hallow's Nest, this would brew into a contentious rivalry where only one victor could emerge. However, the truth of the war being related to another worm or an adjacent figure to the Pale King is entirely unverifiable, as we can't really find the carcass of another worm or evidence of a parallel figure to the Pale King, aside from some loose theories about the Lord Fool having once been this great champion. Regardless, these events would be great enough that they would mark a pivotal moment of Hallow's Nest's hegemony in the region, and at the head of this success were of course the Great 5 Knights. Interestingly, however, the 5 Knights are told to have been legendary in strength only as a group, and on separation would have their individual stories lost to even contemporary history. Why the Knights disbanded is again somewhat speculative, as the Dung Defender is under the assumption that Hallow's Nest is retrievable and may have found himself in the Royal Waterways isolated from his squad far before the reality of the infection had emerged. We know each knight had certain duties after the War of Blackworm. Their duties likely had them spread throughout Hallowsnest, and the disbanding may have been an organic separation dutied by the Pale King. We see this too with Dryer, one of the greater knights who was supposedly placed beside the White Lady for protection within the Queen's Garden, not unlike the Dung Defender in the Royal Waterways. This also posits a sort of hierarchy from within the Five Knights too, as the Royal Waterways are not a focal point of the kingdom, suggesting they were stationed according to their strength. Nailmaster Shio recounts their individual legacy in dialogue, proclaiming Dryer as fierce, Zemur as mysterious, Hegemel as mighty, Isma as kind-natured, but can't even remember Ogrim's name, rudely referring to him as, and the other one, once again playing into the trope that Ogrim was less important when compared to his contemporaries. However, what the Dung Eater lacked in mighty recognisable traits, he made up for in fierce loyalty, a loyalty that would cause him to enact eternal self-isolation in the waterways, so adamant in his duties that his purpose wouldn't even allow him to dream of the Radiance or venture close enough to the epicenter of its influence to become infected himself. His time separated from his crew would affect him deeply. In the muck of the pits, his armour would lose its white sheen, and with this, his knightly honour lost to history too. However, lucky for us, we can venture into his dream and battle Ogrim in his true form, the White Defender. Of course, just as mentioned earlier, we will be ranking each boss on the strongest form we can fight them in according to the lore, and the White Defender, unlike many other dreams, isn't just a gameplay mechanic that make the ordinary fight stronger, but a clear homage to his past as a greater warrior, and thus a greater battle according to the lore too. In this moment, we battle one of the great Five Knights from their prime, and while he stands as the most forgettable of the knights, remains a pillar of their success and position as knights so powerful their story stood to represent the Pale King himself. This is of course most symbolised by the change in moveset, able to utilise his dung attacks, but given a far greater ability to warp the terrain around him, and mobility to charge into the player and conjure great spikes, testament to his strength. The War of Blackworm may be rife in speculation and theories, but it's clear this war marked a turning point for Hallowsnest's hegemony and dominance in its respective era. None more than the Five Knights are given credit for this victory, and the White Defender, while the lesser of five, remains immensely powerful as a representation of Hallowsnest in its prime. Hallowsnest was far more entrenched in power than the Citadel of Farloom. Unlike the Citadel, Hallowsnest was a minefield of far more potent higher beings, and despite this held a much greater hold of territory when compared to Grandmother Silk's empire. Grandmother Silk and the Citadel's reign didn't have such a cohort of representative champions either, and thus even if the White Defender is the weakest link, he is still far more influential than most of Farloom's own warrior champions, with the caveat that the War of Blackworm may have been a success over a literal alternate version of the Pale King, solidifies Ogrim this position on the list. The Cogwork Dancers help us explore the nature of an area once untainted by the oppressive structures and theocracy at the head of Farloom's political bureaucracy. While we'll explore the actual nature and biome of Vidania in Pale Stag's entry, at the heart of Vidania was the Green Prince and his unnamed lover. Both looked over Vidania and cherished the free and open culture they had, in tune with nature and adamant on retaining this, despite Farloom's shadow looming ever closer. Upon the emergence of Grandmother Silk, her position as a higher being required subjugation, and she eventually caused Farloom to submit to her will. Her presence and ambitions in bringing the entire region under her authority were paramount. The Green Prince and his lover, however, were ardent warriors well in tune with their environment and thus were able to repel the initial belligerence of Grandmother Silk. At some point after her dominion, the weavers native to Farloom and after the events of the First Sinner's Heresy would decide to turn on Grandmother Silk, encapsulating her in a cage of silk and pacifying her so they could regain control. The state of pacification would be problematic, however, as this would cause a phenomenon known as the haunting, small aspects of Grandmother Silk's presence attempting to re-establish its position. And as previously discussed, the haunting would ravage nearby townships. This included Vidania. The wildlife would begin to wilt and the biome so important to their culture vanishing before the Green Prince's eyes. Naturally, the Citadel required this consistent pacification as they knew once Grandmother Silk awoke and realised the nature of this betrayal, all hell would break loose. So they devised various defence mechanisms at the heart of the cathedral to ensure its safety. During these moments, they looked towards Vidania and laid an empty promise of rejuvenation from the haunting, and in return requested Vidania send the Green Prince's lover as a lifelong defender for this to be realised. In his innocence, the Green Prince's lover obliged, seeking the preservation of Vidania as his only wish. Willfully submitting himself to be turned into an automaton, his soul was bound by Silk to ever watch over the Citadel. In this moment, the Citadel's renowned architects would create the Cogwork Dancers, a permanent vessel to watch over the Citadel. There's a lot to cover with what this means for the Cogwork Dancer's strength, but for one, the Citadel and the Weaver's bureaucracy saw the Cogwork Dancer as a strong enough final defense mechanism in the ultimate protection of Grandmother Silk's cocoon. However, we do know the Weavers had since abandoned the Farloom project altogether and likely relocated all over the world seeking the birth of a child that could usurp Grandmother Silk permanently, which of course relates to Hera's story and the creation of Hornet herself. We don't know what effect this had on the Cogwork Dancers, but we do know they were quite self-sustaining and could operate the defences in their absence. But dialogue from the Green Prince does indicate a lot of his lover was lost in this transformation, no less his physical body. There are a variety of defences left in the Citadel since the Weaver's abandonment, but none had a more important job than the Cogwork Dancers, holding the line at the elevator to the cradle itself. When we meet them, they fight us with pinpoint precision as two iron husks commanded by the singular soul of the Green Prince's lover, suggesting they assumed a spot not dissimilar to the primary gatekeeper, the Last Judge too, but with the caveat of having a far more important job altogether and created with the singular purpose of being war machines. The Clover Dancer tradition of Vidania was told to be so great it's credited with the initial preservation of Vidania to begin with, a historically contested territory described by the Clover Dancer, aka the true Green Prince boss battle, as fought against frequently but always stopped by the Green Prince and his lover himself. The land encompassing Farloom and its region are not without a variety of threats, and in the Green Prince's memory there is no place that was as deeply untouched as Vidania. While the Cogwork Dancer is not the Green Prince and his lover in their primes, its adjacency and context within the Citadel, but also the confidence given by the true Weavers as their most important defense mechanism, rank it far beyond what we can assume for other great warriors. As previously discussed, Vidania existed as a neighbouring region to Farloom, a place that initially escaped the scope of the Citadel and thus its oppressive ruling structures and bureaucracies. Wildlife flourished, the people were free, and it was described as a sanctuary and a true escape from the rule of the Citadel. Amongst all of its fauna, the clover stags were the most majestic, but also most emblematic of Vidania's place in the world. Originally, there were two great rulers of Vidania, this being the Green Prince and his loving husband. How they obtained this ruling position is told to have been related to conquering the greatest clover stag of them all, a clover stag of mythical proportions, powerful enough that she literally controlled nature itself. We're told the pale stag was so great even the greatest hunters could not fell the beast, and only with the effort of the Green Prince alongside his husband was it finally felled, suggesting a power near adjacent to even the Green Prince and his husband, and potentially greater than the sum of their parts, at least in the Green Prince's memory, which without a doubt makes her greater than the Cogwork Dancers, but lesser than the true Green Prince, with caveats we will discuss soon enough. The truth of the Pale Stag's existence is of course up for debate and may be shrouded in hyperbole to indicate the Green Prince's majesty and control over the territory, but we do know we can only battle the Pale Stag in the memory of the Green Prince, which suggests it may have been a real figure at least in the mind of the prince, and thus is a real figure when concerning a battle with her, as she is manifested in his dream state we can enter and directly confront. The battle itself centres around the Pale Stag's fast movements and ability to materialise around the arena. Her primary attacks are a sort of green spirit, which of course plays into the lore that the Green Prince almost saw her as an aspect of Mother Nature itself, able to warp the nature around her at a whim. Memories are always a tricky one to rank, as we are fighting within the mind of the beholder, and thus fighting a challenge as the beholder believes it to be. So if you go by descriptions of the Pale Stag alone from the Green Prince as a force of nature that required his combined effort with his husband to defeat, it stands well adjacent amongst both the Cogwork Dancers and the Green Prince. The Sister Splinters help us explore one of the most powerful sections of the entire game, Shellwood. Shellwood's history is complicated but deeply entrenched with so much power, even Farloom and the Citadel sought not to interfere with its territory, literally building a shrine to appease the neighbouring territory so they could coexist with no interference. Unlike the Scar tribe and of course the Karak people under Khan, Shellwood was governed by a true higher being that acted as its guardian angel, filling the area with vegetation and granting safety to a great variety of bugs and a population that thrived despite being shoulder to shoulder with the Citadel. This explains why Shellwood never had to put up an offensive front, unlike the other two civilizations, as they had an inherent equal to Grandmother Silk herself. This higher being was of course Nyleth. However, one day after the demise of Nyleth, within Shellwood a power vacuum would emerge. Naturally, the residents of Shellwood would immediately become fearful of the Citadel's greed and become fearful of the pilgrims who would enter from the Citadel. Causing them to look inward, a new authority would rise, a group known as the Sister Splinters. Without Nyleth's power and potentially the haunt of Grandmother Silk's emerging presence, Shellwood would begin to wilt, and within this wilt, Shellwood would weaponize the thorns and turn the area into a deeply hostile place for any opportunist. Most, if not the entire hostility of contemporary Shellwood is accounted towards the Sister Splinters. This boss is an incredibly interesting entry because her body itself seems tied to the environment. She can materialise throughout the vines and command all the thorns Shellwood has become notorious for at her own command. In many ways, this battle is against Shellwood itself, as the remaining sister is its lifeblood. There's also indication that the smaller splinter kin, especially the ones she can summon, are not inherently individual creatures, rather they are aspects of the environment and thus proxies for her own power, therefore directly accountable to her own strength too. In a battle, we see this all play out as she can literally move the environment to attack us, spring thorns to pierce us, and block entrances at her own command. In fact, she is required to be killed for the path to even open to us in the game, once again affirming Shellwood is under her total domination since Nyleth's demise. Nyleth was an incredibly powerful entity, and while we'll go into this for her own story, her powers are almost godlike in description, her ability to give life and create vegetation and biomes only comparable to higher beings such as Grandmother Silk, the Radiance, and of course the Pale King. And if we account for Shellwood being created by Nyleth, and then the Sister Splinter being in control of her previous actions, she is in many ways an aspect of Nyleth's own power, only mirrored to match the desolation left behind after her death. There are seldom characters even remotely able to control the environment as she does. Nevertheless, environments so openly described as so hostile, even the Citadel would not trespass on her domain, despite regarding its populace as inherently sinful. We spoke about the Pale Stag in Memory being a similar projection, but even the Pale Stag is described as enchanted fauna, and her territory described as peaceful rather than malicious. So in many ways, the Sister Splinter is an extremely malicious and territorial version of the Pale Stag. However, the efforts of Sister Splinters are in no way comparable to that of Nyleth, as there is little indication they would have been able to stop the Citadel's or even Grandmother Silk's push for territory in their prime. An important distinction to make when we go into the entry for Carmelita and Khan, both entities that did in fact push back successfully against the Citadel at its height of power. To recap Shio's entry, the term God is thrown around quite frequently in this game. With the exception of truly divine beings able to warp reality's conditions, most beings that harbour a god moniker, or are referred to as the god of something, are usually just someone who has come to a mastery of a certain skill or means of fighting, something made most clear through the existence and dialogue of the Godseeker. While I don't want to ruin Sly's own entry down the list, Oro and Marto are elevated incredibly deeply as they were two of three pupils related to Sly, the greatest and most skilled nail wielder in the entire game. More context for Sly down the list, but Sly would be great enough that his talents as a warrior were canonized by the Godseeker as worthy of godhood in itself. However, despite being canonically the most powerful of the gods prayed to, not including the pure vessel, below him were three other gods, Shio, Oro and Motto, unsurprisingly all pupils to Sly. Oro and Motto are not near the level of Sly or Sly's true greatest pupil Shio in his prime, but they do stand tall as true disciples and masters of nail arts directly trained by Sly. We're told despite being below Shio, they held a mastery great enough that they too would jointly join the pure vessel, Shio and Sly amongst the pantheon of gods with prayers directly linked to their divine invocation, a distinction even most of the gods in the Godmaster expansion don't have. The prayer to Oro and Motto speak of them as gods of duty sworn to guard the weak. Just like the entries of Shio and Sly, we don't really get to see what kind of challenges they overcame, and most of their strength is pegged against what we know of Sly. But we do know Hallow's Nest and the wider area is filled to the brim with great champions, historical and contemporary. The Pantheon of Gods isn't averse to canonizing a variety of different types of enemies from various factions and ranks, and despite great champions existing such as the Living Ogrim, but also the Mantis Lords and even the Winged Nosk, only the Pure Vessel, Sly's pupils and Sly himself have a literal prayer dedicated to them to indicate a greater degree of godhood in the eyes of the Godseeker, a being well versed in what it means to be extraordinary. Oro and Motto are extremely dynamic as individuals, able to use a variety of attacks harkening back to Sly, such as similar slashes and dashes, drawing this connection closer. Furthermore, Oro and Motto are extremely symbiotic in their fight with us, using twinned combo attacks and barricading each other during our fight, suggesting this godly form we face is against an inseparable duo rather than two equal individuals, like say, the Mantis Lords, ultimately coming together to place Oro and Motto here on the list as the greater warriors of the first game. As likely the most prolific figure who weaponizes the aspect of the soul, the aptly named Soul Master's entire repertoire revolves around his unparalleled use of soul, whether that's teleporting, dashing, or causing violent eruptions. The Soul Master's story relates entirely to the environment in which we find him. The Soul Sanctum is described as a research institution led by scholars attempting to master the life force of all bugs, this of course being soul. The scholars would come to critical success after they took advantage of soul totems, which were vessels left behind by an ancient civilization that predated even Hallow's Nest. It's inferred a majority of soul totems left behind were gathered by the scholars, and their use of soul would claim them a unique position amongst all of Hallow's Nest as authoritative figures. Naturally, as the Radiance's infection began to surge, Soul scholars would take executive action and use their unmatched affinity to Soul to combat the infection as, from a conceptual standpoint, Soul, and thus the power of life, counterbalanced the hollow and dormant shape the infection would incur amongst the population. And as we know, by this point many had come to know the infection and its ability to infiltrate the body through the mind. Knowing this, the scholars sought to focus their soul inward and open the mind with its use, perceiving these actions as the means to combat it from within its own playing field. Though ultimately futile, the soul scholars would become ruthless and delve much deeper into the soul than ever before. Eventually needing far more soul than those found in totems, they would become cannibalistic, seeking lesser life forms so they could sap them of their life force, eventually creating things such as the follies and the mistakes, and deeply empowering the scholars, granting them such a high degree of affinity, new offensive spells would be created through this research. This new state would be referred to as pure focus, a force so volatile even the Pale King showed hesitance in its practice. However, as we learn, soul or pure focus was never going to truly be enough to make a difference to the tides of the infections, and soon enough the scholars themselves would be taken a hold of by the infection, leading us to the greatest scholar of them all, this being the aptly named Soul Master. We're told amongst all of his colleagues, the Soul Master hoarded the most amount of soul and consumed it all for himself. His area in the game is literally littered with thousands of dead bodies to indicate the sheer extent of his campaign, something far beyond literally any other character in both games. We get to witness the effect of his bloated soul, as when we come up against him, he can literally materialize his body wherever he wishes and effortlessly throws projectiles at us at a whim. At the end of a battle with him, interestingly, he's one of a few bosses that can grant us a unique spell tied inherently to his power, this of course being Desolate Dive, a spell told to strike foes with the concentrated force of soul, literally being told to destroy foes. The word concentrated once again proving that the Soul Master didn't only harbour soul to deepen his mind, but harboured soul as an offensive tool too, which may actually relate to his contemporary form having been infected by the Radiance, and thus his initial efforts to ail the infection now turned to a purely aggressive endeavour. As we spoke about earlier, soul was the material condition that enabled ancient civilizations to emerge in the old world. And as we know from both games and the dialogue of the Snail Shamans, the Soul Master, chief of the Soul Sanctum, would hoard a great majority of its power, and thus may have been, in effect, a literal living embodiment of the old ancient civilizations, and a glimpse into the primordial power that manifested their existence in the first place. When it comes to descriptions alone, not many enemies are given the level of commendation the Soul Master is. It's no surprise why the Pale King himself saw the Soul Master's actions as one to be abhorred, as he may have seen his growing presence and its ability to be turned against Hallow's Nest through the infection spread as a deeply existential threat. Rarely is the Pale King noted to speak of anyone's power, but in the case of the Soul Master, we have clear notes of the Pale King's thoughts, and thus the Soul Master, as the greatest soul wielder and spellcaster in the game, ranks here on the list. This entry relates entirely to the story of the Cogwork Dancer, so for the sake of not having to repeat the lore, if you missed that entry, the majority of context here will be lost on you. The Clover Dancers are, much like the Pale Stag, found in the memory of the Green Prince and the ruling authority over historic Vidania. However, unlike the Cogwork Dancers, who comprise of the singular soul of the Green Prince's lover, the Clover Dancers are based on the memory of the Green Prince and his lover at their very prime. Once again, just like the Pale Stag entry and the other memory-based boss fights, these battles are materially based on the world as the beholder remembers them, essentially taking us back in time to their prime form as adjacent rulers to even Grandmother Silk's tutelage over early Farloom, way before the Haunting. Where the Cogwork boss battle has us face only one soul of the duo, this battle has us face both in all the optimism, power and authority they held at the prime of their existence. In this moment, this battle is for all intents and purposes more than just double the strength of the Cogwork dancers, but the true bodies and minds of both warriors fighting in pure synchronization, bound by the strong emotions of love and grief in the mind of the Green Prince. As we learn from the no-name entry, dreams and minds are fueled by strong emotions, and the Green Prince's grief is second only to a few in the game. This, combined with the story of the Green Prince's reign as mentioned in the Cogwork Dancer entry, solidifies their position here on the list, at the upper echelons of what it means to not just be one warrior, but two synchronized to absolute perfection. Markarth is a great segue into one of the most important aspects of lore in this game, this of course being the Great Moth Tribe and the old worshippers of the True Radiance. Long before the events of the Pale King's emergence from the worm in the main timeline, the area now known as Hallow's Nest was dominated by various factions with a variety of higher beings as the cornerstone of their civilization. Greenpath and the Mosskin had but Un's story or its impact on contemporary history is very minimal. However, there was another more dominant tribe known as the Moth Tribe. The Moths are described as an ancient tribe of bugs birthed from the emergence of the Radiance, yet another higher being. Unlike and despite occupying similar dream realms as many great higher beings do, the Radiance seemed to be the most dominant in this plane of existence. Dreams itself related most intimately with the Radiance. It's worth noting too that dreams and light are often symbolized as essence, and while the Radiance does not hold a monopoly on essence, it's described as its brightest projection. Essence was often represented as dreamcatcher particles and present in all higher beings, including the Pale King, Grimm's Troop, and of course the Radiance. On the opposite spectrum was the Void, an all-consuming force that represented redundancy, a primordial substance that sought the eradication of essence, uncaring for which higher being represented it most. As the dominant figure representing life, when the Pale King arrived with ambitions of being the most dominant higher being, he came into contention with the pre-existing structures of the Radiance within Hallow's Nest, and thus his first action was to convince the Moth Tribe to relinquish their obedience to the Radiance and instead come under his own banner with promises of heightened individual sapience. At this point, the Moth Tribe's culture revolved around their hive mind worship of the Radiance, and as the Pale King's words fell upon their ears, a majority of the tribe would relinquish their subservience to the Radiance and fall under the Pale King's authority. We'll go into the Radiance's story for its respective entry, but in this state, the Moths would become gravetenders, caring for those in death and preserving their memories, a fitting job for a race of beings historically so in tune with the brightest projection of essence. Moths seldom took up arms and were never renowned as a warrior class, but there were of course two exceptions, and important to this list is of course Markarth. Unlike his peers, Markarth chose against gravetending and was far more curious about the truth of the world. This pursuit of truths would take him to the Kingdom's Edge, his new residence and a quiet place fit for deep thought and meditation. Naturally, Hallow's Nest is filled with other curious creatures, and Markarth would often face challenges while meditating. While the extent to his challenges remain unknown, from his own words they may have numbered in the hundreds. He suggests he shared thousands upon thousands of similar words with the likes of other challengers, and has seemingly never faced defeat when spoken to. While large words for bragging about oneself, we learn this may actually be true as we face off against him. In this battle, we learn his affinity to the Radiance may have been far more intact than his peers, which would explain his non-assimilation with the Pale King, as he can utilize a variety of Radiance dream-based attacks and defensive abilities not seen anywhere else in the game. Carrying a Dream Shield and Dream Nail with extremely unique uses, it's likely Markarth is the only fight that uses the power of the Radiance in its true non-volatile form, unlike what we see with the Infection, as his allegiance may have remained much closer to the Radiance even in his contemporary form. On top of this, we fight Markarth in a dream realm, and as we know the Radiance had begun to dominate the dream world once again, this playing field further enriches his own power. Naturally, there are a lot of gaps when it comes to who Markarth was, what knowledge he sought to attain, and even the extent of his continued allegiance to the Radiance. And thus, if we add a layer of conservatism and the concept that he was, in this moment, a practitioner of the Radiance's true power, as it was in the old days where it reigned as the Moth Tribe's dominant authority, as what appears to be second only to the Radiance in using the power of light, he ranks here on the list, a living servant and relic of the Radiance from days gone. As one of two beings created purely by Grandmother Silk, Phantom is the sister to the more relevant Lace. Their history, while not of Weaver kind, are extremely connected as we learn Grandmother Silk distasteful at the Weaver's rebellion against her reign, and the act of entombing her body in a cocoon sought to create a new subservient race, unbound by the less controllable nature of the Weavers who originated from the Farlids. It's likely Grandmother Silk saw the Weavers' rebellious tendencies as a hangover of their buggish form, and thus decided it was necessary to create a new race of her pure machination, using the silk natural to her body to bring to life two beings, Phantom and Lace. While we'll go over Lace's story down the list, we learn her first creation was Phantom, a being of pure malice. Her purpose from inception dutied her with combating the Weaver's control over the Citadel. However, despite being an incredibly proficient warrior, channeling the direct power of Grandmother Silk, she either was not quick enough to enact Grandmother Silk's ambitions of unravelling her cage, or not powerful enough to enact it in the first place. Grandmother Silk would subsequently abandon her Phantom project, discarding her to a less dignified role, no longer granting her the power of Silk, something we see firsthand as the Phantom Silk is described as being frayed and old, the Needlin giving dialogue about how her silk has been stretched, discarded, forgotten and stiffened due to this neglect. When we encounter the Phantom, she turns her blade against us, acting as instructed and doing what she knows best, fighting. Indications from the Needlin suggest she does so not in service to her neglectful mother, rather to have one final great battle with Hornet. This battle is by every metric far greater than the battle with the ordinary Lace. This is told directly to us, as her description tells us their talent with a long pin is unmatched. The long pin, of course, the signature weapon for Lace too. From the gameplay cues, she also has a far wider range of attacks, able to flurry, rush, and even descend from above with a lightfall attack that suggests she still channels a great power linked to her creator. And as we know from other bosses, the power of higher beings eclipses those of ordinary beings, and those born directly from these higher powers always have a much closer affinity to that source of power. She also hosts the unique attack known as Cross Stitch, essentially a parry, something we ourselves can gain from her, suggesting it's her signature move. Parrying is seldom seen in this game, the ability drawing distinction over even the Pinstresses and Nail Masters. While we don't know for certain how powerful those born of pure silk are, it is sufficient to draw these parallels to the power of Grandmother Silk, especially in the case of Phantom, as she is described as having been born directly with the purpose of fighting. She was from inception a war machine, created by a god purely from the god's own source of power, Silk. In this sense, she is a wholesale projection of Grandmother Silk's offensive capabilities. There are of course clear caveats to mention here, such as Grandmother Silk's abandonment of this creation and the lack of divine care being given to a being that is reliant on sustaining her silk. However, such divinely affiliated beings born with the purpose of fighting are rare, something that has empowered her with a skill far beyond most other warrior bugs of both games, landing Phantom here on the list. Found by following a trail of dead enemies, we meet Chakra and learn quickly she, much like Iselda, is fond of maps and cartography. Why this is relates to the society she came from, a warrior tribe that mastered their offensive skills but put great emphasis too on honing a craft. Chakra decided on cartography. Thankfully for us, cartography makes Chakra immensely useful to the player, as we have caught her in the midst of surveying the land of Farloom, and she is willing to sell us her maps as she accumulates them in her stock. In the game, Chakra is the sole vendor of maps, and her inventory by the end of her interactions can essentially map the entire game, all the way from the far fields, Mount Fae, Sands of Karak, and of course Belheart too. Despite coming from a tribe of warriors and actively seeking out her mentor, we learn she operates entirely alone, suggesting every map she can sell us proves that she was able to overcome every ordinary threat of the region, making it clear that amongst all characters that travel Farloom, her maps evidence her journey as the most complete. How she was able to do this also has nothing to do with being discreet, as on our first encounter she's surrounded by corpses and she outright tells us that she had to deal with a variety of threats head on. We get more context on how powerful Chakra is from Hornet's journal. It tells us Chakra's skills in battle could challenge the kingdom's best. She has lived a mere fraction of my lifetime, and yet her rings prove a ferocious match, as gifted a warrior as I have ever encountered, and one I am fortunate enough to call a friend. Hornet only ever speaks of another boss in this manner in one other instance, this being the immensely powerful warrior princess Scarsinger Carmelita, and while we'll hold off for Carmelita's story, just like Carmelita, adjacency to Hornet's own power is no small feat. Even from a baseline, Hornet was born from part higher being, the Pale King, and part Weaver, a first generation bug enriched from yet another higher being. As Chakra's story doesn't necessarily hold the weight of Carmelita's, especially in the direct context that Carmelita united a nation under her banner and fended off Grandmother Silk's expansionist tendencies on the front line of war, the comparison does place Chakra amongst the absolute upper rank of great fighters. Her powers so great they can be put in the same bracket as literal demigods. In the battle, we can witness what this means. Chakra is immensely fast, darting around the arena and using the momentum of her throwing rings to literally keep her suspended within the air, a testament to Hornet's own journal entry about her, and truth to the notion that she stood close to Hornet in skill and power. With the caveats of Chakra's background being quite elusive and Hornet's own words, Chakra ranks here on the list. Shrine Guardian Seth used to be a faithful servant to Nyleth, an individual that was more than likely a higher being or stood adjacent to them. We'll dive deeper on Nyleth soon enough. We learn Shelwood was granted amnesty from the Citadel's belligerent tendencies, as at the heart of Shelwood was Nyleth, and by higher being adjacency, a peer to Grandmother Silk. To keep the peace, the Citadel appeased Shelwood by literally building a shrine with a statue of Nyleth's likeness, but also granted her an eternal bodyguard known as Shrine Guardian Seth, and the subject of this entry. While Seth's in-game origins are scarce, we do learn his story starts far before the events of Farloom. Actually, his story starts before even the day Silksong was officially launched. As Seth was not just a boss and a kind NPC, he is also the wish of a poorly kid who moved the hearts of the developers. Early in the development cycle of Silksong, the Marty Lyons Foundation, honouring Seth's wish of having his design in the upcoming sequel to Hollow Knight, reached out to Team Cherry. Moved by both Seth's passion for the franchise and his resilience, they accepted a design drawn up by Seth and turned him into a character within the game. While Seth would unfortunately pass on before getting to see the game launch, he was immortalised by having a character bearing his namesake. While it's not inherently related to the lore of the game, I think it's such a beautiful story I couldn't not mention it. But what I also can't not mention is actually the power-based symbolism Seth holds from the ethos the developers designed into the character. Much like real-life Seth, Seth the Shrine Guardian is an immensely resilient and fierce character. In the first instance, honouring Nilette's shrine and protecting her from those that seek to desecrate her shrine, we can battle Seth where he's utilising a symbol shield and a pin, creating similar vortex tornadoes to Trebio just from his movements, teleportation akin to higher beings, and aerial moves similar to even the Great Nail Masters from the first game. It's clear whatever Team Cherry were going for here were a reflection of the battles Seth faced in the real world, brought to life as a force of nature in the game, but our biggest indication for Seth's power comes from the events that happen after we defeat him. Upon defeat, Seth loses his memory and is sort of born anew. If we follow him through Farloom, he revels in the beauty of the world, and eventually we can find him near a lake that draws a clear reference to the beloved character Quirrell from the first game. In the final moments of Quirrell's quest from Hollow Knight 1, he relinquishes his blade and supposedly dies near a lake, having fulfilled the reason he came to Hallow's Nest. In an almost parallel instance to this event, we can find Seth standing within Shellwood at the cusp of a lake with his own blade, speaking of almost verbatim what Quirrell tells us about in ensuring our weapon is adept at facing the dangers of the region. This adjacency to Quirrell, of course, indicating Seth is a spiritual successor. This being said, if Seth is adjacent to Quirrell, how powerful was Quirrell? Well, we don't get a lot of direct information about Quirrell from the game itself, but we do learn in an official comic released by Team Cherry that Quirrell was not only great enough to travel to Hallow's Nest and through its dangers alone, but great enough to stand against even Hornet, a literal demigod. While we don't get to witness Seth fighting others from this moment forward, we can eventually find him near the Flea Caravan, choosing instead to live his final days in Farloom, enjoying life and having fun. This fun, of course, related to participating in the Festival of Fleas, a harmless game of endurance and skill, often requiring great agility and accuracy. If we check the leaderboards, we are given no doubt that Seth was beyond the best at these games, beating out even the Flea warriors such as Vogue at their own game by a metric ton. His scores absolutely eclipsing theirs, and setting a standard that even from a gameplay perspective requires Hornet to have pinpoint accuracy and mobility. This combined with his immensely diverse powers, drawing from the power of Nail Masters and Pinstresses in attacks, higher beings in seamless teleportation, combined with the context of what he represents from the story of real Seth, places him well above most bosses in the entire game. The First Sinner is one of the few true Weavers we can meet and fight within the game. Her story actually tells us of the Weaver's genesis, as it's indicated she was either the first of their kind or the first cohort of Farlids to evolve into Weavers. Before Grandmother Silk had entrenched herself into Farloom, we're told her presence would be marked by the evolution of the Farlids, instinctive bugs with little sapience, and the primitive form of spiders before they were transformed into the Weavers, a more intelligent and capable being. Of course, Hornet, our main character, is part weaver by the virtue of her mother, Hera's evolution, but beside her mother were a much wider range of weavers that took dominant positions in Farloom society by the virtue of direct evolution under Grandmother Silk. Whether on the merit of being a first-generation weaver or by individual distinction, we learned the first sinner would be a specifically powerful weaver, able to channel a sacred form of power linked to Grandmother Silk herself, this of course being the use of runes. The journal entry for the first sinner tells us this one's husk held a masterful talent to weave silk into blazing runes. Throughout my life I have seen runes woven for many tasks. Was she the first to hone such skills? Drawing major distinction not only as a weaver empowered directly from Grandmother Silk, but uniquely powerful even amongst other weavers too. As we get little in the way of interactions in fights with weavers in Silksong, it's important to understand what a rune is. While scarcely mentioned in the game, from the snare setter and the context of the spell Rune Rage, we learn these were extremely powerful uses of silk formed into sigils that acted as offensive powers. There are plausible theories to suggest even Grandmother Silk did not expect the use of runes, and this new revelation may have threatened even the Great Higher Being. The skill Rune Rage speaks of it being a forgotten weaver technique, but the rune harp again points back to its use being associated with the first sinner, as it echoes much of the sentiment she was imprisoned for. Which leads us to why we meet the first sinner where we do. We learn the first sinner after being granted sapience and evolution from her Farlid form, initially acted in servitude to the higher power that granted her this heightened intelligence. However, she quickly learned this agency was not an act of benevolence, rather a tool for Grandmother Silk to entrench her presence in the material world. Distrust would brew within the first sinner until she began to question her creator. These beliefs, while heretical under the framework of religious bureaucracy created to revere Grandmother Silk, would gather some degree of traction with the weavers, until eventually Grandmother Silk would catch wind of the first sinner's apostasy, proclaiming the first sinner as a blasphemer, condemning her to be imprisoned behind a seal as a life sentence, bound to live and die as an example of Grandmother Silk's authority and the fate of those who seek to follow the first sinner's misdeeds. She would indeed spend the rest of her life trapped here. A slab would be made to mark her tomb. It reads, "Penitent first of the first, guilty of the sin of apostasy, penance by constriction, absolution denied." Of course, if we break the seal and find the body of the weaver, we learn even despite her death, an aura emanates from the first sinner, an aura of great strength, a strength we can understand as a prerequisite to challenge Grandmother Silk herself, and reason as to why such drastic measures were taken against the first sinner so preemptively. If we accept her essence and defeat the first sinner, we are granted the unique spell known as Rune Rage, an extremely powerful augment that lets us channel far greater strength than originally conceivable, and the explosive vengeance of the first sinner. Where this power comes from, of course, is related to the power given to the first sinner on her evolution by Grandmother Silk. Why Grandmother Silk empowered the first sinner more than the others is not stated for certain, but may actually link to why Lace existed in the first place, as much like Lace, the first sinner must have been the assigned second in command, and the first sinner's dismissal may have been the reason Grandmother Silk saw the weavers as deeply flawed, as they were not made purely from her silk and thus had crumbs of agency outside of their affinity to Grandmother Silk. If we invoke the memories of the first sinner, we're able to directly confront this empowered weaver. Aside from her incredible speed, swiftness, and ability to teleport, she has the ability to conjure needles almost identically to how Grandmother Silk can, a spell literally no other enemy aside from the higher being can create, proving once again that the first sinner is the greatest representation of Grandmother Silk's divine powers, but also the greatest of the weavers, once again explaining why Grandmother Grandmother Silk saw her apostasy as extremely troubling, and something to be dealt with as an utmost priority, literally making a landmark of her eternal punishment. This adjacency to Grandmother Silk and position as the greatest weaver firmly places the first sinner here on the list. Rarely does Hornet, a demigod born of a union between a weaver and a pale being, reference her adversaries in terms of equality. However, in her journal, she outright claims Scar singer Carmelita possessed a skill to rival her own. Of course, Hornet through the game accumulates great power as the game goes on, and the person Hornet was in Hallow's Nest is a very different being to who she became at the end of her time in Farloom. But as we will learn from Hornet's own entry, Hornet is not one for such generous words, already grounding this entry at a very high point. So what made Carmelita so powerful? Well, despite being an ordinary being untethered to the power of higher beings, Carmelita was an old ruler that led the Scar tribe. Much like Karaka, Scar's society was built around hard-working Red Ant hunters, inhabiting a kingdom established far before the emergence of Grandmother Silk. Described as a deeply defensive warrior tribe, they were trained from an early age to be hunters, which explains why their armory is solely based around spoils of hunt, such as bones and teeth. For this reason, the Scar people were extremely prevalent throughout Farloom, far beyond their natural borders found in the Hunter's March far fields, all the way to the deep docks and even the Marrow, testament to how great they had become as fighters, as Farloom isn't without territorial factions. But at the head of this cohesive society was Carmelita. She's not only described as their greatest warrior, but she was also a cultural beacon for their society. Her songs are told to have united the entire region, explaining how they remain so cohesive as a faction. Unsurprisingly, as Grandmother Silk emerged and her belligerent tendencies were made known, the Scar tribe, amongst other physically defensive factions, did not need to concede to the religious demands of the higher being, and instead put up an offensive front, unified by Carmelita. This offensive front was immensely effective. It suggested it was second only to the immensity of Karaka's defensive front, suggesting both societies led by warrior champions stood adjacent to one another as Grandmother Silk so desperately sought cultural and economic hegemony over Farloom. Most factions either outright lost to Grandmother Silk and the Weaver's transgressions, or had to rely on bargaining and diplomacy to coexist with the Citadel's rising influence, including Shellwood, led by a deific figure of their own, and Verdanya, led by the Great Green Princes. However, much like Karaka, the Scar tribe would be a victim of time, as Carmelita's old age would catch up to her and her unifying songs would begin to go quiet, conditions to which led to the haunting of Grandmother Silk's threads to encroach upon the territory, eventually corrupting it from within. However, lucky for us, we can go back into the memory of Carmelita and face her in her absolute zenith of power. Standing center stage, she sings and dances with her razor blade weapons with absolute ease, travelling her well-curated stage to decimate us with absolute finesse. It is, of course, the mention of her combat against the Citadel at its height of power, alongside her adjacency to both Hornet and even Khan, whom we'll discuss soon enough, that suggests she was not only a great champion of ordinary bugs, but a champion that stood near equal to higher beings themselves. What's fun about ranking both the first and second game is the fact that what was once a boss battle and great ally to the first game's protagonist, of course becomes the sole protagonist for the second game in Farloom. However, there is a crucial caveat we have to account for when ranking Hornet here on the list. As this list concerns bosses as we meet them in the game, we can't account for the strength Hornet receives through her journey in Farloom, power that is in many ways immeasurable when posed against the version of Hornet we meet in the first game. Having context from both games, we learn Hornet was created as a favour to Hera, a first-generation weaver that had made home in Hallow's Nest after exiling Farloom looking for a new deity to rule over the territory in Grandmother Silk's place. More on this contentious relationship in Grandmother Silk's entry. While the Weaver's story in Hallow's Nest pre-Pale King is not detailed to us, we do know upon the Pale King's emergence and the creation of Hallow's Nest, Hera likely looked towards the Pale King as both a deep reminder of Grandmother Silk's own power as a Pale Monarch of Farloom, but also saw the opportunity to use the Pale King's influence to create a Pale being of her own, a demigod who harboured the power of higher beings, fit to challenge Grandmother Silk, but also genetically affiliated with the Weavers, ensuring this new society in Farloom would be far more favouring towards the Weavers that sought to retain dominance. As we learn, an opportunity would arise when the Pale King would request Hera to become a dreamer to seal the entrance to the Black Egg, and despite being antagonistic to the Pale King's rule, would concede on one request, to reproduce and create a child between Weaver and Pale Monarch. It's unclear as to whether the Pale King knew the intentions of such actions, but we do know he would willfully agree, birthing Hornet, a demigod born half Pale being and half first-generation Weaver, and thus in reality far closer to a Pale being than ordinary Bug, as first-generation Weavers were inherently powered to serve as proxies for Grandmother Silk. In her youth, she was brought up in Deepness but would eventually find her way to the White Palace with the White Lady, Queen of Hallow's Nest. Little is known about her life during this period outside of a close relationship with the Pale Queen. However, we do know as she grew older, she would eventually be put under the tutelage of Hive Queen Vesper. In Silksong, we can return to a memory where we find Vesper teaching Hornet in the art of fighting with swiftness and precision, something that was clearly immensely vigorous, and Hornet can be seen clearly exhausted but slowly improving. Within the events of Hollow Knight 1 and upon the re-emergence of the Radiance, we learn she would escape the Radiance's influence and swear upon herself to protect the remnants of Hallow's Nest, charging herself with fending off travellers who seek to desecrate it in its fractured state, but more importantly act as a test for the Knight to ensure he is powerful enough to hold the Mark of the King, and challenge the Hollow Knight to end the Radiance's destructive influence upon the world. When we encounter Hornet as a boss battle, she has access to a variety of attacks we actually use when we play as Hornet in the sequel, but is clearly far from the version who would challenge Grandmother Silk in the second game, having obviously learned many new skills, but more importantly harnessed what it truly meant to be Weaverborn. However, beside this, Hornet in this moment is obviously still immensely powerful. She is in heritage connected to two higher beings, the Pale King directly and Grandmother Silk indirectly. While much of this heritage requires her journey in Farloom to materialize as an entity on par with the higher beings, she is, even in the events of the first game, still far beyond any knight in Hallow's Nest. Hornet assumes the position as a protector of Hallow's Nest, and initially this may have been what the Pale King had in mind for her as her father, and thus may have seen a similar training regimen as the Hollow Knight himself, brought up under similar circumstances. And as she is one of a few members of the Pale King's aristocracy to still be of sound mind, and clearly still with great effect, protecting the kingdom, literally preserving the Pale King's literal mark of the kingdom, she by all metrics ranks above all other knights in Hallow's Nest, bar of course the Hollow Knight itself. Of course, as she makes her way through Farloom, she rises way beyond even this, becoming in one instance a god herself, and in another a conqueror of not just the Abyss, but a higher being too. But unfortunately that's not the Hornet we meet here, and thus, as a demigod of unfulfilled potential, ranks here on the list. If you miss Shio, Motto and Oro's entry, I urge you to go back as there's a lot of context required from those entries in contextualizing Sly's power. When it comes to brute strength and skill alone, the godly moniker may apply most to the great nail sage Sly. Introduced to us in the Godmaster expansion, he is referred to as a legendary sage of the nail arts. However, in the main game you may have actually first met him as a tiny little vendor known only as Sly. Sly in this form is a shopkeeper. He sells us a variety of armaments to help us fine-tune our weapons and skills. We get a bit more context from his dialogue where he refers to the other nail sages, Oro, Motto and even Shio, as his pupils, and having taught them in the way of the nail arts. We can confirm this upon speaking to all three, as they all hold Sly to such a high regard, even in their mastered form, they can only hope to reach Sly's great heights. The great nail masters, while renowned as the greatest nail wielders, all show great humility when speaking of their master and account their entire skill set to the lessons passed down by Sly, making Sly canonically and in the estimation of his own great peers, far greater than them. But how does a little fly win such credit? Well, our questions are answered very quickly, as when we face off Sly, we don't fight Vendor Sly, instead we fight Sly, the great god and master of nails. In this battle he wields the largest weapon in the game, a mastery of nail smithing exclusive to Sly. Effortlessly swinging the blade around, it's clear despite the weapon's size, Sly's power eclipses even this great tool. While gameplay doesn't matter for this list, the gameplay cues no doubt are attempting to convey the fact that Sly is second to none when it comes to fighting. Able to move extremely fast, a varied and extremely dangerous set of attacks, and literally cycloning what can only be described as an ultra greatsword as if it were paper. The Godseeker speaks of gods as true examples of power, and within the Godmaster expansion we know only 4 bosses have prayers as if they were actual gods. These 4 bosses are Oro and Motto, Shio, the Pure Vessel and Sly. As we know, the greater Shio owes his own talents to Sly. Sly is not just a god, but the greatest god of his cohort, carrying all of the successes of Shio, Oro and Motto, and embellishing it further with his own unmatched fighting ability. The use of nails would become archetypical of what made the art of war in Hallownest so profound. Enough so, even the great Hollow Knight was taught to use such a weapon, as Sly stands as not only the most proficient user of this weapon, but a literal god too, suggests amongst all warriors of Hallownest, Sly stood at the top alone. While true in Farloom we have masters of an equally dangerous weapon, the pins, we never meet a master of needles of the same caliber as Sly was for nails, and thus Sly ranks here on the list. Most entries concerning instinct-driven bugs in the game often find themselves on the lower end of the list due to their lack of sapience and more complex traits and thus threat level. However, amongst all of them, the Bell Eater stands as what is likely the most exceptionally dangerous. Within the narrative of the game, the Bell Eater is referred to as a monster of mythical proportions, likening its stories to scary tales told in the dead of night to scare children. However, once Act 3 is engaged and Farloom's entire geography is disrupted by the void, the myth becomes reality and the Bell Eater awakens. We learned the Bell Eater was always a real being and was a one-of-a-kind monstrosity from ages far before the emergence of the Citadel and far before even other more ancient tribes. Its presence in those days is inferred to have been so devastating that the knowledge of its existence and the terror it inflicted outlasted the civilizations that were able to face its terror, testament to how infamous and dangerous this almost godlike monster was. However, at some point the Great Centipede would fall under a deep slumber far below the earth. So far in fact that the desolation and great wars of the more surfaced world would not awaken it from its hibernation. This hibernation only brought to an end through the literal power of the void having ripped the earth to shreds. When we are faced with this monster, its size is literally only comparable to worms, the legendary species that would become the cornerstone for a variety of regions, namely Hallow's Nest, and the essence of which would birth the Pale King himself. Worms are often spoken of in a manner not dissimilar to higher beings, and the resemblance between this ancient centipede and the worms may suggest some evolutionary similarities, likely being close relatives or a more contemporary evolution. This is again made more convincing as all descriptions of the Bell Eater speak of it as a truly ancient terror, so in many ways this is the closest we get to fighting an actual worm within the game. In a battle, it literally wraps around the arena and controls the entire region as it attempts to subdue the hornet, spitting an unknown corrosive substance and using extremely large grappling hooks attached to its skin, powerful enough to navigate the deepest depths of the earth, now turned into deadly sores. Of course, much like the Bell Beast, it's also an extremely fast creature, and considering its second to none size when equated against its rampage attack, the battle is far beyond most other threats in the game. Standing as an almost deific figure told to have single-handedly dominated ancient civilizations where stories would echo of its life eons after its dormancy, the Bell Eater by pure physicality outmatches nearly everything else, placing here on the list, truly the dragon of the Silksong world, and insight into the power of the legendary worms too. To lead from the Watcher's entry, we learn the people of Karak were more than likely the greatest concentration of warriors in the entire geography of Silksong. How great they were as fighters determined how they stood socio-economically too. It's worth rehashing that the Karak region reigned during a period where the citadel ruled by the weavers under Grandmother Silk were at their utmost zenith. Despite this, the snail shamans directly tell us Khan's empire dominated at least half of Farloom, despite the citadel's dreams of unipolarity. In this, it wouldn't be a stretch to assume most ground forces and offensive fronts from the Citadel were pointed towards the Karak tribe, and despite this, the Karaks endured, only undone by nature itself, due to their unfortunate geography. We spoke about the Watcher at the edge, but far above even this Watcher was their warrior king. Khan was immensely powerful. We're told his power came from his absolute control over coral crusts. Karak, the tribe, was not the only object of his domination. Through strength alone, he dominated the environment too. Poetic as the destruction of Khan stood adjacent to the destruction of the corals too. If we travel to Khan's memory, we can witness this firsthand. Through exertions of pure strength, he's able to move the environment to destroy his enemies. It's clear the Citadel had their higher-born god, whereas Karak had Khan. Not a higher being, but a warrior so powerful he stood before the gods, not in reverence, but in competition. So successful was he during this competition, the Karak tribe aren't only told to be the final true empire to stand against Grandmother Silk, but also the only rival tribe that control just as much territory as a nation led by a literal god hell-bent on expansion. The Citadel asked the Karak tribe to concede to the power of a higher being, and the Karak people retorted, "Nah, Khan solos." Only undone by nature itself, hyperboles aside, Khan makes the Mantis tribe, the Scar people, and even Verdanya seem like absolute rookies when faced with the power of pale beings, ultimately solidifying Khan amongst the pantheon of gods themselves. Thus far, we have spoken about higher beings who almost unanimously sought dominion over one territory. The Pale King and the Radiant sought dominion over Hallow's Nest. Grandmother Silk sought Farloom, and so on. However, there is a higher being that doesn't seem as territorial in its ambitions, rather seeks a more general dominance in the world of humans. This of course being the Nightmare Heart. We have since spoken about the Radiance as being what seems to be the dominant occupant of the Dream Realm, a sort of ethereal dimension seemingly home to various higher beings. However, we learn adjacent to this land of dreams, of which we have deduced the Great Radiance was the dominant authority to, there was also the Nightmare Realm. In truth, there is very little we actually know about the nature and divergence of the Nightmare Realm when compared to the Dream Realm, but they share similar aesthetic cues, such as that of dream essence particles. Not surprising, as we learn from a certain hunter's journal that the two realms, that of dreams and nightmares, were once one realm, affirming once again that this realm of dreams is home to a variety of higher beings, but more importantly, how the Nightmare Heart and potentially the Radiance may have butt heads more intimately in this divine playground before. While we know of other higher beings occupying the same land of dreams, we have only ever heard of the Radiance's reign as the brightest of the higher beings, with less significant higher beings such as only mentioned in small amounts and never mentioned in contention with the Radiance. While truly oppositional rivalry between the Nightmare Heart and the Radiance may have actually been the case, in truth it's more likely that where the Radiance and other dream-related higher beings, such as represented sapience through light and aspirations, the Nightmare Heart represented fear and trauma, both as vitalizing as the properties associated with the Radiance, but still oppositional conceptually, and thus explaining this divide within the realm. Why it's important to understand the Nightmare Heart in this context is because, in many ways, it's a contemporary to the Radiance, and thus its power should be, in some ways, adjacent to the Radiance, as where the Radiance is described as the brightest of the Dream Realm, the Nightmare Heart is described as the deepest of the Nightmare Realm. So to return to the entry, who is Grimm? Well, we learn Grimm is the leader of a group known as the Troupe, a travelling circus associated with the Nightmare Heart. Subservient to this deity, they travel the world seeking to feed it power directly through gathering a substance known as Nightmare Essence. Nightmare Essence or Flame Essence is similar to Dream Essence, but instead of being found in the hearts and minds of those with aspirations of greatness, is found within the dying breath of kingdoms. And it's unsurprising Grimm's troupe can be found during the death spiral of Hallow's Nest amidst its rising contentions. Our protagonist is welcomed by the troupe and is encouraged by Grimm to complete a ritual concerning the Grimmchild, a divine being born from the Nightmare Heart that is integral to harnessing the flames and fears of the kingdom. While the Grimmchild has an entire sect of lore to itself, for this video what's relevant is of course Grimm himself, as we can battle Grimm in the first instance as an energizing fight to fuel the ritual further. So how powerful is Grimm with all this being said? Well, there's a lot to go over, but at the heart of what makes Grimm as powerful as he is of course his divine relation to the Nightmare Heart itself, as much like the Grimmchild, Grimm is born directly from this higher being, and thus occupies the space adjacent to other divine beings too, not dissimilar to the Hollow Knight himself, Hornet to some degree, and of course Lace and Lost Lace too. We get further assurance that Grimm is in fact a godly being, as he is, much like the demigod Hornet, one of few beings that can be summoned by the Godseeker, and even goes as far as to converse with the Godseeker and offer exposition on the nature of gods and their ties to the Godseeker's ritual. However, it's clear the Nightheart is far beyond the power of the Pale King, and as discussed stands much closer to the Radiance in divine affiliation, rising far above as a greater agent of the gods than even the demigod Hornet. Of course, this isn't even Grimm's final form, as the true Grimm, known to us as the bona fide Nightmare King, is not only born from the Nightmare Heart, but empowered directly from it too, as if we are to battle him in this form, we have to enter the Nightmare Realm through his mind, where he finally emerges from the Nightmare Heart, incredibly empowered by the raw flames and nightmare essence of the higher being. However, despite the Nightmare Heart being adjacent to the Radiance in power, this isn't necessarily the same thing as imagining a god being born from the Radiance. As we know, inherent to the power of the Nightmare Heart is the consistent maintenance of its reign through cycles of new vassals. All things point towards the Nightmare Heart nearing the end of its prime relevance and in desperate need for a new rejuvenated vessel, explaining why the Grimchild is important, but also explaining why Grim, as the Nightmare King, may be channeling the higher being at a lower potency than its adjacency to the Radiance would suggest. There are naturally a lot of holds as to the inherent and comparative power of the Nightmare Heart, but all things do suggest its power reflected the power of the Radiance, with the above stated caveat and the context that Grim, especially as the Nightmare King, may have once been not dissimilar to the Grimchild, having gone and harnessed the power of a dying kingdom and eventually acted as the primary vessel for influence for the Nightmare Heart. The Nightmare King Grim stands specifically high even amongst other divine beings, acting as a true bridge between the entries of normal beings and of course true higher beings we are able to directly confront in the game, leading us perfectly to our next entry. Nylet's story is the story of Shelwood, and if you miss Sister Splinter's entry, quite a bit of power context may be lost on you. In any case, Nyleth, as we learn, is described as the ancient heart of Shelwood, and inherently connected to the sapience of its living beings. While not described as a higher being directly, everything from dialogue and the journal entry suggests she was. From the vegetation of Shelwood born from her presence, to the order and sapience of inhabitants reliant on her influence. She mirrors what we know the Radiance and the Pale King once was for Hallow's Nest, and what Grandmother Silk is for Farloom. It's rare that two higher beings exist in their material forms within one point of the timeline, but in Farloom's early days and the rise of Grandmother Silk and the Weavers, Nyleth had already claimed a great portion of the region, this of course being Shelwood. During her tenure, Shelwood was heavily enchanted, and unlike many other higher beings, Nyleth's reign was immensely kind. She chose against violence and sought order through safety alone, often acting agnostic to who she would protect, so long as they were good intentioned. Naturally, Grandmother Silk was not so reserved, and the question of hegemony in Farloom would pit the two against each other. However, as we learn, at some point the Citadel, either prior or during Grandmother Silk's walking reign, would agree to an amnesty between Shelwood and the Citadel, a deal seldom seen anywhere else in Farloom, as all other fronts between the Citadel and the greater regions were fought on battlegrounds. This more than likely means the Citadel knew a war against a faction led by their very own higher being would be absolutely devastating for both factions, unworthy of even entertaining. To retain the peace, the Citadel, despite their extreme conservatism when it came to their religious orthodoxy under Grandmother Silk, built totems for Nyleth and even venerated her as a god of her own, sending their own to defend Nyleth in both life and death. How Nyleth died is still speculative, but what's sure is that she would die and be honoured in a shrine to her likeness, likely above her burial ground. I say this as we can travel back to her memories and face Nyleth for ourselves. From a gameplay perspective, Nyleth is nowhere near the power we expect of a true higher being. As gameplay is not accounted for, the cues do indicate amongst the pantheon of higher beings, she was without a doubt the weakest offensively. The fight paints her out to be a creator and a nurturer above all else. Her powers surround the use of pollen, evasion, and of course the vegetation she created being used against us. While this doesn't indicate she was a weak being in the context of greater beings, it does indicate she was the weakest of the higher beings themselves, while still standing as a deity on her own. The power of truly higher beings are something that eclipse all normal material forms in the game, and while the previous entry for Khan pits him as strong enough to deal with Grandmother Silk's empire, Grandmother Silk herself on an individual level eclipses Khan, and thus as a weaker version of higher beings such as Grandmother Silk, Nyleth ranks here on the list, a power we'll contextualize as we speak about her peers in our upcoming entries. As we are now well within the territory of higher beings, we have Grandmother Silk, Farloom's most present deity and the source of power for both the Citadel and the religion it centers itself around. As mentioned in the previous Weaver entries, Grandmother Silk is a higher being, not unlike the Pale King of Hallow's Nest. Whether she too was born of a worm as a pale being is not stated, but we do know she would emerge in Farloom during a period that saw a region dominated by various factions. Much like the Pale King, she sought dominion over the region, but rather than agnostically granting sapience and divine affinity to all inhabitants, instead chose the Farlids, small arachnids that lived in the darkest corners of Farloom, beings driven only by instinct, and unlike the other regions, yet to be ruled by either a deity in the case of Shellwood, or a staunch warrior lord in the case for Scar, and of course Karaka. More malleable than the existing residents, the Farlids would be granted sapience and a far more concentrated power due to this extremely selective dissemination of divine power. These Farlids would of course turn out to be first-generation Weavers, beings that were set out to be subservient agents that would carve out Grandmother Silk's position in this world. This concentration of selective power would grant the first-generation Weavers an absolutely exceptional level of power, enough so they could literally use silk to carve runes that could essentially cast otherworldly spells. In Grandmother Silk's first era, the Weavers would spread her presence while she rose above the lands as their North Star, liberally granting them silk to continue spreading her influence, eventually becoming a dominant force in Farloom. However, as discussed in the First Sinner's entry, the Weavers would eventually begin to rebel, seeing Grandmother Silk as an oppressive force against their own aspirations and freedom to reign as rulers of the territory independently. Turning on Grandmother Silk, they would lull her into a sleep within the cradle through rituals of song. Maintaining the sleep, the Weavers would use their divine affinity to begin to exploit her silk and use it as a means to build a religion of their own in proxy, putting the Weavers at the top of society and creating a class-based system with which they would heavily exploit the labour of other inhabitants and construct a currency to alienate them from the surplus value of such labour. Of course with the promise that it was of divine importance. However, the Weavers always knew keeping Grandmother Silk captive would never be a permanent fix, and thus many Weavers would leave Farloom looking for a new deity of their own influence to take Grandmother Silk's position. And while other Weavers stayed potentially plotting on other means to get rid of Grandmother Silk, eventually Grandmother Silk would begin to struggle against her cradle. Soon enough, she would partially wake and seek only to relieve herself of the cocoon. Turning her head against the populace, she would use her threads to spread the haunting, eventually killing off the rest of the Weavers, leaving only the emaciated widow to further the spread of the haunting. However, in the shadow of the Weavers who had fled, a class of automatons were left to maintain the Citadel, awaiting the Weavers' return with what they hoped was a new monarch to end Grandmother Silk's position of influence. This is exactly where we come into the picture. Captured by the automatons, the Hornet is brought back to Farloom. After a series of events, we can rise the Citadel and up the cradle to free Grandmother Silk, ready for a battle. As you'd expect, this battle is incredibly similar to the battle with the Radiants in design and aesthetics. It's clear from all cues that Grandmother Silk, unlike say Nyleth, is a higher being of far greater eldritch proportions. Her silk, previously understood as immensely powerful even in tiny doses, acting as both a miracle cure to ailments and death itself, but also an extremely powerful agent of corruption and might, enough so that the Weavers could loom small portions of silk into explosive spells. Understanding this helps us truly contextualize the power of Grandmother Silk as not only the source of the silk, but the force of its power itself, her life force, the energy that binds its potential, much like the radiance with both the infection and light. So with that being said, why does Grandmother Silk rank here on the list? Well, this all plays into two major things. Firstly, it's got to do with the nature of the Radiance's power as that of light, and thus an adversary to the power of the Void, and by proximity, far greater than Silk. And secondly, it's to do with what version of Grandmother Silk we actually fight. As we know, Grandmother Silk is fought during her material presence in the world, and in this form she has likely lost much of herself through both the Weaver's exploitation and the separation of her own divine power, having gone into birthing the Weavers and allowing them a unique control over her silk and thus the core of her power. We don't ever get to really fight the absolute version of Grandmother Silk, like say we do with the Radiance, which ultimately ranks her here on the list. Of our own protagonist, Ilk, the Hollow Knight was birthed by both the Pale King and Queen as a measure against the growing influence of the Radiance. While we'll save the key details about the Radiance's emergence and reign for its respective entry, the most important thing to note here is that the Radiance was a higher being of a power level beyond the other higher beings, as what was inherent to the Radiance's power was the power of light, an opposing force to the infinitely powerful Void, an aspect of power with far more lore-relevant distinctions altogether due to this binary association. As we have learned, the Pale King born of a worm was also a higher being that sought to contest the region, known later as Hallow's Nest, as its dominant deific figure. Naturally, as the Radiance had already established itself as the most dominant higher being in this territory, having brought the Moth race into sapience, the Pale King knew his reign would have to undo those that already existed and unify the region into one great nest. This of course being Hallow's Nest. Therefore, the Pale King's first act would be to offer a new sapience to the surrounding regions. With promises of his advanced foresight, he convinced the residents that he could create a new great and eternal kingdom for all bugs, and in turn he asked for devotion. Naturally, as many began to flock to the Pale King, word of a new god with such promises would find their way to the Moth tribe, and one by one the Moth tribe would turn their back on the Radiance and submit to the Pale King, believing in his project for Hallow's Nest. As the final Moth tribe members left the Radiance's side, the Radiance began to fall into obscurity, and eventually even its iconography was wiped from the region, leaving only the Pale King to reign supreme. However, struggles for power in divinity are seldom so easy, as soon enough the Radiance would re-emerge. Brought back to life through the small whispers of its former existence, it would be angered at what the Pale King had done, and sought to undo Hallow's Nest by infiltrating the minds of those who remembered, causing the spread of an infection that would force the uninitiated to know of her presence and in return be forced into mindless subjugation. Naturally, the Pale King learned of the Radiance's emergence, and thankfully having been made aware of the Void due to the presence of the Abyss, he knew to battle the Radiance, he needed to capture the Void to trap it for eternity. As we learn, this would be the precursor to the creation of the Vessels, children born native to the Void with the anticipation their minds would be occupied by it and thus serve as a perfect container for the Radiance's light. This would begin a long ritual of procreation where thousands of vessels were born, and running out of time they eventually found what they believed to be a perfect vessel. Discarding the rest of the vessels to the depths of the Abyss, the Hollow Knight would be trained and raised with one singular goal: to combat and contain the Radiance for good. Soon enough, the Pale King, utilizing all the collective resources, would turn the Hollow Knight into a perfect warrior guardian, a pure manifestation of the Abyss and Pale being, ready to contain the light and fight anyone who opposed its containment. We aren't given details about how exactly the Hollow Knight would overcome the Radiance, but we do know he was successful, trapping it within his mind, smothering it in an abyss that was powerful enough to restrain a deity. However, it would seem the Pale King's desperation in finding a solution would leave room for failure, as the Hollow Knight was not perfectly hollow. He had thoughts of his own, ideas that were instilled into his mind during his time as the chosen child of the Pale King. Eventually cracks would appear, and these cracks would leave room for the Radiance to once again re-emerge within Hallow's Nest, and once again bring its infection back to this world. Eventually, the Hollow Knight too would have to reckon with the Radiance's vengeance, and soon enough he would succumb to its influence, and instead of captivating the Radiance, was now the Radiance's captive. When we meet the Hollow Knight, we fight a version of him that is deeply broken and cracked. His demeanour is sluggish, his body clearly being puppeted by something else, and the void inherent to his soul now overtaken by the oozing, volatile nature of the Radiance's infection. Our fight with the Hollow Knight in this form, while still against what is likely the greatest warrior of Hallow's Nest, a warrior born in the image of the Pale King projected onto the populace, is not the aspect of the Hollow Knight we heard of in the stories, a prime killing machine trained and groomed from birth to kill a god. However, fortunately for us, in a DLC added after the main game's release, we are given the chance to truly face the former god-defeating hero of Hallow's Nest in his prime form when we encounter the Pure Vessel. In this new form, the Hollow Knight stands in all his glory as the figure that once stood down the Radiance and forced it into submission, and as you'd expect, is armed with skills beyond what we face in his lesser form. Instead of the less refined power of the Radiance's infection, he is now empowered by the force of the Void, an infinitely powerful source of energy that when unified and given purpose is beyond the power of all higher beings, as explained by the Void-given focus entity, something we'll go into in more detail for a certain top entry. We get further confirmation of this as he's able to cast tendrils to demonstrate this change. However, despite harbouring the Void and given the focus of the Void to do so, we know the Radiance lived on. And as the Pale King had no reason to keep the Radiance alive, it begs the question, why couldn't the Hollow Knight as a pure vessel kill the Radiance? While it may be confusing as to why the Pure Vessel Hollow Knight ranks below the Radiance, as he once overcame the Radiance in a manner not dissimilar to one of our own endings, where we essentially take the Hollow Knight's position as a vessel, it's the Radiance's absolute form that makes this entry far more powerful altogether. But let's start from the top. As we have learned through this list, the Radiance was a higher being that commanded light. Much like other higher beings, natural to her presence was a longing for dominion, often through mortal subjects. For Grandmother Silk this was the Farlids, and for the Pale King it was the residents of Hallow's Nest. But for the Radiance it was, of course, the Moth tribe. Much like other higher beings, her emergence was almost a spontaneous revelation, as with her appearance came sentience towards the originally instinct-driven Moth tribe. This sentience would force them to look upon the Radiance as their North Star, not unlike the Farlids turned Weavers in Farloom. And just like it is the case for Farloom, they revered and worshipped the Radiance religiously, but once again in parallel to Farloom, this reverence was limited, as they would be quick to abandon all worship of the Radiance in favour of a new emerging higher power, this being the Pale King as he emerged from a worm as a new unifying ruler. While this slow transfer of worship from the Radiance to the Pale King ensued, the iconography and rituals once associated with the Radiance would dwindle, and upon realising this betrayal, the Radiance would begin to infect the mind of the Pale King's subjects, a story we detailed more closely in the previous entry. But what's important to note here is that the Pale King, a higher being in his own right, rightfully saw the elusive power of the Radiance as far too great to combat himself, and thus resorted to taking advantage of Void-born offspring to capture its essence instead. As we learned from the previous entry, this was ultimately futile as his experiments with the Void weren't of pure Void machination, and thus only temporarily staved off the Radiance's influence. Soon enough, it would come time again that the Radiants would demand subservience through a mind-born virus. And this is precisely where we, the protagonists from the first game, enter the picture, and just is the case for Grandmother Silk, after a convoluted ritual and journey, we would end up confronting the Radiants after breaking into the Hollow Knight's mind that held her power. This main game version of the Radiants we fight is almost on par with Grandmother Silk in strength, but is given a slight edge due to light as a source of power, having far greater connotations than Silk. As while Silk was immensely powerful, it never stood in parallel to the Void, a far greater and infinitely sourced power. Again, we'll go into this in more detail in our next entry. However, there is of course a much greater version of the Radiants we can fight that absolutely steamrolls the power of Grandmother Silk. At the end of the Pantheon of Hallow's Nest, and having gone to the end of the Godmaster trials, we are confronted by absolute Radiance, and the bona fide, more perfected form of the Radiance from the main game. Whether this version of the Radiance ever truly existed can be debated, with some theories suggesting it was the Radiance that first introduced itself to the Moth tribe and was at the height of their worship. However, there is a peculiar end-screen dialogue when we defeat Absolute Radiance, where the Godseeker tells us, "Woe thou spec, to achieve victory even if only against mere imprint of that most brilliant deity. Thine battle proves strength enough to impress. But couldst thou ever hope to overcome that mighty god, tuned at the core of dream and mind, when met in perfect state, a peak of all others? We think not." This suggests Absolute Radiance is not to be mistaken for Perfect Radiance. We know the Radiance's power is inherently tied to light, a power far greater than all other higher beings, and a power that is only matched against the Void, and thus Perfect Radiance would be a perfect antagonist to the Void in itself, arguing we could never defeat the true power of light in the same fashion we could never truly defeat the power of the Void, both equally and infinitely powerful. However, this is the closest we get to facing off against the true representation of light, which of course is a perfect segue to our next entry. Lace originally appears as a recurring battle through the events of the game. Much like Phantom, Lace was born of pure silk, and thus a byproduct of only Grandmother Silk's divine power, rather than the forced evolution of the Weavers by Grandmother Silk from Phalids. This meant the Silkborn sisters, unlike the first generation Weavers, were far less likely to rebel and would act as purely subservient proxies for Grandmother Silk's influence, especially important as her physical body is now entombed in a cocoon over the Citadel. Ironically, this pure conception would come with their own inherent flaws, as we learn Lace was born frail in stature and with a childlike mind. The conditions of her creation, however, are not lost on Lace, seeing Grandmother Silk as a cruel mother, seeing how easily her elder sister Phantom was discarded, and believing her own form to be a quote, pathetic empty shell, a wasting existence not fit for life. We'll be coming back to the empty shell comment as it's relevant to her true form and adjacency to the Knight in the ending of the first game. In any case, as you'd expect, the battle with Lace in this form never resembled the greatness of her mother's power, and only upon defeating her for the final time does she admit her facade and incapability as a warrior. But as many of you already know, the ordinary Lace is only a very small picture of the true Lace's strength, something we can face if we defeat Grandmother Silk in a specific ending, where she comes between us and the final blow, choosing to slay the higher being and be consumed by the snare setter's void, awakening the trap, ensuring Hornet survives and Grandmother Silk is laid to rest alongside herself, poetically ensuring the kingdom of Silk is undone by Silk itself, and the hegemony of Silk is ended without the sacrifice of Hornet. However, in a strange turn of events, Grandmother Silk rescinds her power in order to save Lace. Whether this is through maternal instincts or an act of hereditary self-preservation is entirely unclear, But what is clear is that Lace survives the ordeal and in her anger becomes a true entity of the Void, now known as Lost Lace. Thus far, we have spoken about the Void as bosses we can fight in small fragmented aspects. If you recall, we learned from Hollow Knight 1 that the Void is a power so great it could agnostically challenge any reigning order if unified against an aspect of life, often posed as the antithesis to life and sentience itself. The Void's power as a pool in its entirety is quantified as an almost infinitely powerful force of nature, a sort of catalyzing force that ensures the rise and fall of empires. However, historically, these changes often required a vector to focus the power of the Void to inflict these era-changing effects. In Hollow Knight 1, the Knight himself is part Pale Being and Void due to the nature of its creation as a literal product of the Pale King from within the Abyss, with the purpose of having hollowed insides through its proximity to the Void. It's thus no surprise that upon the Dream No More ending, the Knight is able to transcend into the being we now know as Void given form and Void given focus, a unified aspect of the Void able to truly kill a god. In a similar instance, Lace, a being born of pure pale heritage and self-described as an empty shell, is able to hollow entirely through this specific ending, becoming an aspect of the Void not dissimilar to the Hollow Knight in the first game's secret ending. In the first game, we play as the Knight, and in the end of the game, the Knight is the most powerful character, having been aided by Hornet in conquering the Hollow Knight, and eventually the Radiance too by shattering our pale shell and embracing our Void core to consume the higher being. Ironically, in the second game, we play as the Hornet, and at the end of the game, in its true ending, instead of fighting Grandmother Silk, we battle yet another pure pale being in Lace, who just like the Knight, has rescinded her pale form and embraced the Void in its entirety. In many ways, we are now against a unified aspect of the Void, an aspect of power so infinite it is designed to kill literal gods. As you'd expect, this battle is far more than just a battle with Lace. This battle is against the Void itself in the deepest depths of its own source of power. Just like the first game, if the Void is given purpose and direction, it can command its total power. And as we know from Lost Lace's follow-up dialogue, Lost Lace has set her mind on one singular purpose: to end Grandmother Silk's reign over Farloom for good, mirroring the focus of the Knight from the first game. The story of Hollow Knight and even Silksong revolve around the core themes of a cyclical and dialectical drama, the rise and fall of empire if you will. Both chronicle brilliant stories of granted sapience, civilizations built believing they would last forever and rule eternal, only for its material contradictions to build inherent antithetical forces which will eventually represent themselves as the Void, an all-consuming force of nature, reminding the world time and time again that all things are bound by the inherent principle of equality in the Void, regardless of whether they are a higher being or ordinary bug. We're all equally irrelevant in the Void that seems so natural to this world. The Void, just like the underclasses of society, is harmless without direction, but when Void is granted Void consciousness, it can come together in solidarity as a force able to even confront gods themselves. Lost Lace, much like the Knight in his final moments, isn't just a singular being, but a representation of this Void consciousness. It's a force brought upon by material conditions natural to the cycle of this universe's Hegelian drama. And thus Lost Lace isn't only the greatest boss in Hollow Knight, but a symbol for the game's most important lesson. History repeats itself first as tragedy, second as farce, and the Void will always be the locomotive of said history.